Don't know if anybody is around because I totally messed up the timings on this. So I shall linger about for a few minutes and see if anybody comes in. And if not, I'll just say what I need to say. And and then I can log off. Because, yeah, I made a right hash of the timings. I put the wrong time in, and then I thought I'd amended it and I changed it and it was wrong. I was like, oh shit. So apologies to anybody who came in and went out again and is probably going to think I'm coming on at 10:30 or something like that because it was me being a mess. So yeah, I'll just give it a few moments and see if anybody has picked up that I have now gone live. It's not going to be a long one tonight by any stretch of the imagination, but I will drop the link just in case. Because well, tonight really, it's not a, well, unless anybody wants a chit chat. Oh, hi, Frida. Hello, love. Oh, I totally messed up the timings on this. I'm so sorry. I've put about 4 different times in and then realised I'd messed up and came back in and yeah. So I think some people are probably going to think I'm coming alive at 10 o'clock or 10:30 and yeah. Which is all good. Are you okay this evening, honey? Sorry about the coughing. Oh, hi, Meadow Love. Oh, I'm glad you wanted to pop in and say hi. Thank you so much. I don't know, Frida, were you in? Meadow, there's only at the moment, there's just Frida in because I messed the timings up. I don't know if you heard. Oh, my brain's just everywhere. But Frida Meadow has been subbed to BAM for about a year and popped in, I think it was last night, wasn't it, for the first time. She hadn't wanted to come in and say, you know, and join in before. But yeah, so that was really nice. I'm okay, just recovering after daughters yesterday. Oh, hi, Pork Chop. Happy New Year. Yeah, you were missed. There were some comments made a few nights ago. Hope you don't mind if I just lurk in the background. Absolutely not, Pork Chop. It's not going to be a long one tonight, just a quick one because I'd already said for a while that I was going to do some lives on the Vikings and, you know, the Viking history and what have you. So, but yeah, I messed the timings up. So I think some people are going to think I'm coming on after 10 o'clock, which I'm not. So I kind of rearranged them quite a lot. But thanks for dropping in. So yes, Frida. So Meadow is a new person. Well, not a new person, been over to BAMS. So I'll just prattle on till other people come in because they usually just we get some stragglers, don't we? So basically, because you all know that I am absolutely obsessed with Vikings and Viking history and legends and mythology and everything. Oh, you don't know much about them, Frida? Well, that's okay. Pork Chop, just helping a friend with a test stream, but hopefully it will boost your viewers. Oh, well, thank you, love. That's really good of you. Thank you. And we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think that with as far as the viewers go, because the other night was really good, there were 200 and odd people, but I just cocked up the timings. I put about 4 different timings for StreamYard tonight and kept messing it up. So I'm expecting there'll be some people coming in later. But yeah, no, it's great if you're lurking in the background. If you see chat at all, you know, just do as you always do. Pop up with a question or what have you. Everything's welcome. But yeah, Meadow and Frida, as Frida's saying there, she doesn't know much about the Vikings. I'm going to try and not make it boring. But I was given a book for Christmas. I'm sorry about my coughing. I'm using this vape and it's making me cough a little bit. I've got quite a lot of books on the Vikings. Heard Bam mentioning them some boneless bloke. Oh, Ivor the Boneless. Ivor the Boneless is actually one of the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok, who I'm going to be talking about. So yeah, because Bam was saying she reckons that her family are related to Ivor the Boneless. And it's quite funny actually, because depending where you come from, you know, depending on the different regions in Scandinavia, some regions are hotter on the mythology and the history and, you know, the whole gung-ho Viking up Helliar type of thing, than others. And that side of my family were very into the history and the legends and so on. So I grew up with them, and it's quite funny because some of the families who are very into the legends and the history of all the you know, the really famous Vikings that everybody's heard of, like Ivor the Boneless and Ragnar Lothbrok and Leif Erikson and Harald Hardrada and Canute and so on and so forth. You always get somebody, some old relative will say, "Oh, you know, we're related to them, don't you?" so so I can sympathise with her there on that, because yeah, for years, and I can't even remember the name of the Viking it was, but for years and years and years, I thought that we were related to, and we're not, we actually aren't. But I like to tell the story occasionally. So yeah, so the book that I got from Mr. Sexy was called, it's called Ragnar Lothbrok and A History of the Vikings. And when I did the live, what was it, last night, I mentioned this and I said, you know, I'm going to have a look at the book because I hadn't got round to reading it. Oh, sorry, let me just read Meadow. They used to have a Viking festival where I live, as I think it's somewhere where they may have landed. I loved going as a kid. Looking forward to learning a bit more. Oh, great. You're not near York by any chance, are you, Meadow? Because I used to go to the Jorvik festival there every year. I love it. And I know there's another one in is it Northumbria? There's another quite big festival. I think the Jorvik one's the biggest. In fact, that's the biggest in Europe. But, you know, the Odinism and the interest in Vikings is, you know, it's growing. The names sound like tongue twisters. Do you know what, though, Fried? Most of the Scandi names are. And it's quite funny if you, you know, if you mispronounce them and then somebody corrects you on it and you feel like a right idiot. I think I did one time to one of my cousins, and because obviously, you know, I try and speak what I can, and I try and pronounce things properly, but obviously I don't know everything. I wasn't brought up in Norway as much as I would have liked to have been. So I remember one time, and I read a name, and it was Leif Erikson's brother, I think. And I said Thorvald, and he went, "You mean Torvald?" I was like, "Oh, right, okay." So I've never forgotten that one. And Ragnar is, you know, that's supposed to be Ragnar. So, so yes, so the book I've got, it's really good, and it covers all sorts of, well, basically every country that the Vikings. It's not boring by any stretch of the imagination. The different chapters, which I'm just going to, I'll just skim through them very quickly so that you get an idea of the countries that they, you know, they invaded or they tried to settle in. And you're going from America, England, France, Russia, Ireland, Wales, Scotland, Greenland, and Iceland. And then they're also in Galicia, Islamic Iberia, and the Levant. I didn't even know they'd got that far. I knew they'd kind of gone to the Middle East, some of them, because they were hired as mercenaries in the Islamic world So I think in Istanbul, I'm sure it's Istanbul, there's a mosque there, and they have found on one of the walls, it's either a mosque or a church, on one of the walls in the marble, there's actually Viking graffiti, basically, you know, kind of like Ragnar was here, um, in, in runes and so on. So it's quite interesting where they got to. Um, Meadow, I'm in the northeast, but I've been to the Jorvik a few times too. It's brilliant, isn't it, Meadow? I loved it there. Absolutely love York. I've not been for quite a while, but I'm planning on going very soon. I'm going to say no more. Anyway, Frida Baxter, are most descendants from the Vikings fair and blue eyes? No, not necessarily. You know, there. I mean, I would say the majority of people, depending where you are, but you know, if you're in Ireland, Scotland, certain areas of England, the likelihood is, regardless of your hair colour and your eye colour, you know, if you were to do a DNA test, the likelihood is that you would probably find some Viking DNA in your bloodstream. I got a shocker, as I've mentioned before, when I had mine done, because I thought I would kind of be 50-50. I thought that because one side is Norwegian and the other side of my family is Scots Irish, mainly Scots, but anyway. So I thought 50-50, and I got a real shock to find out I wasn't. I'm actually more Scandinavian. So my family from Scotland obviously had a fair bit of the old Viking DNA there, as did the family from Ireland. But anyway, it's I just find it all really interesting. So, and the northeast, like Meadow's saying, if she's in the northeast, you know, that's another place that you know, the Vikings, they had a massive presence in the east and the northeast. You know, they were constantly trying to take over Northumbria. Cumbria is another huge Viking area. I mean, they got all over, you know, even the Wirral, where Helen Happy Thoughts is from. Frida said, I have one of those DNA kits, but haven't sent it off due to COVID and worry they might clone me. Do you know what? I did mine. And then obviously Bam brought it up, didn't she, about these DNA tests and, you know, they've got your DNA now. And I thought, oh, I never even thought of that. Never even thought of it. But it was very interesting because I found out that I've got 7%, I'm 7% Finnish, which I've got no idea where that may have come from. So I just like to think that one of my Norwegian ancestors went on a Viking raid sometime and carried home a little Finnish woman. So, but all my family are fair. But you know, it doesn't go hand in hand. You know, some of the Vikings were red-headed, some were darker haired. You know, yeah, a lot of them were fair, but you know, it doesn't all go hand in hand. So really, what I was thinking of doing with this, when I broached it last night, and you know, and I said I don't know if people would think it would be a good idea, because somebody had mentioned about missing Bam's voice. You know, that she when she read out from the books and things, and I loved listening to her because she's a really good voice for reading. And I said I'll have a look through this book and see what the layout of it is like, and see if it's in kind of more of a story format. You know, what people thought about maybe if I were to read a chapter at a time and then open it up for a bit of a discussion, or the other option was for me to just read it and then relay it to you in my words. Yeah, Frida, it is really interesting to know who your ancestors are, because I would have never in a million years have thought that, you know, we had any Finnish in our family, or at least in one half of the family, just as I was absolutely 100% convinced that my nana's Irish side and my granddad's Scottish side were pure Celt, and they're not. So, yeah, I got quite a bit of a shock to find out that I'm actually 71% Norwegian and 7% Finnish. Well, it was Finnish Ural. So, you know, it could be like Finland going into that Russia, that side of Russia, and then 22% British Isles, you know, which you know is including Scotland and Ireland. So I got a real shock with that. And I don't even know where to begin with that one. It may be that we've got more Norwegian, you know, nearer. You know, it's not as far back in antiquity as I thought, or, you know, you just don't know, do you? It's like with the Irish. You know, there's always these tales about when the Spanish Armada wrecked off the coast of Ireland. Was it the West Coast, I think, wasn't it? And that's why they're saying, you know, a lot of the women and the men there as well have got the lovely, the dark hair, and, you know, they can look a little Spanish looking apart from the very pale skin. And actually, that also is true with the Connemara ponies, which I used to breed connies. And they reckon that the Connemara pony, their ancestors were Spanish horses that swam ashore following the Armada being wrecked. So you're looking at like Spanish Jennets and Andalusians and think maybe even Arabian ponies. But yeah, because they are a very elegant, for a native breed pony, they are actually very elegant. They're very beautiful. So yeah, there's something there. So yeah, it's very interesting. So so really, I don't know what you guys who are here think. You know, would you prefer a reading of you know, a chapter and then a discussion on it, and a, you know, a general chit chat? Because the first chapter in this book is about Vikings in America, and I read the chapter and I was really interested. Some of the information I knew, some of it I didn't know. Let's see what you've put, Frida. I used to hate history in school, but I love it now. I've got older. That's what. Yeah, do you know? I think that's what it is, and it also depends on your teachers, because a lot of people had really monotone, boring as sin history teachers, and unless the teacher knew about a period that you've got some interest in, you're just going to zone out. When I was doing my A levels, obviously I did A level history, and if it hadn't been for the fact that I just went home and studied, I would have failed that, because the history teacher we had, she was the most boring, monotone, dreary woman, and she just wasn't engaging at all. She had no it was like she was dying inside while she was teaching kids history. It just looked like she was jaded as hell. Whereas when I was at secondary school, my teacher there was so animated. She loved history, and she got you all involved and engaged, and you loved going into her lessons because she made them real, you know, they made them fun. So I think that's possibly a lot to do with it, what your teachers were like at school. But yeah, I mean, I love, as I was saying the other night, I loved listening. I love listening to old stories about my grandparents and great grandparents and so on. But when I was a kid, I would have found that boring. It's as you're getting older and you want to know about where you've come from, what your family's done, and you know how history has shaped your family as a whole, and who you are as an individual. So yeah, I think most of us do find it more fascinating as we get older. And obviously with the Vikings, yeah, it does depend on the teacher, Frida. That's what I found in my personal experience anyway. But I think we've found with the oh God, we've got a bot in. Have you popped your cherry on a bot yet, Frida, or do you want me to get rid of that one? Oh, hi, Sam. Hello, lovely. I got my timings wrong tonight. Oh, it's all right. I got him. Hi, Raven. Hello, lovely. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I got my timings all messed up. I think I did 3 lots of timings and didn't stick to any of them. It's not going to be a long one tonight. I'm just talking about when I brought up the Vikings last night and going through this book. But I'm waffling on for a bit because I know that the last timing I put in was that I was going to start the stream at 10 o'clock, which I obviously didn't. I started it half an hour earlier. So I'm just waffling about till a few people come in. And so, yeah, we're just talking. I'm going to start doing some short lives, Raven, on Viking history and the lovely Ragnar. And one of the first chapters in the book that I've got that I was discussing last night, it's doing it chapter by chapter on the different countries that the Vikings either invaded or settled in. And believe it or not, the very first one is about North America. So I thought I might start with that one for you guys, over in Canada and in America, because there's quite a lot of information on Leif Erikson and on his was it his brother? God, I can't remember if it's his brother or his son, Thorvald. Yeah, the ruins in Newfoundland, and the fact that you're going back 500 years before Christopher Columbus ever set foot. So yeah, you know what you probably do, Raven. You're getting on to what Frida and I were just talking about, was the old DNA thing. If you trust the government not to use your DNA to clone you. So yeah, it's quite interesting. But I would say, many more people than you possibly would ever think would have a bit of Viking blood in them. But you definitely have the looks, though, don't you? You do look very Scandi Germanic. All back in. Oh well, there you go. Gosh, these bots are coming in tonight, aren't they? Oh, hi, Marie. Oh, hello, guys. Woke up at 3 a.m. and still your chat was going brilliant. Oh, was that the one on New Year's Eve, Marie? I was supposed to ditch off at midnight, and I think it was 2:10 our time here. We were still online. I was like, I've got to go to bed. Frida says, seen there was a series called Vikings on, but I've never watched it. Anyone seen it? Was it any good? Yes, it's brilliant. It's really, really good. And this Vikings is what's got a lot of people into, the whole Viking legacy. And yeah, that's the one, Marie. Yeah, it got a bit raucous towards the end, though. I had a very drunken friend in who was swearing a lot. And YouTube, I'm on the naughty step for that video. There was a big warning thing on it, and when I went on, it had been blocked for 3 days, which I think was due to the inordinate amount of swearing in the last 2 hours. None of it coming out of my mouth, may I add. So, and we had a good chat last night, which was supposed to be an hour, and that ended up as a 4-hour job. So I have said tonight is not going to be that long. It's just to have a little discussion about doing some oh yeah, Frida. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was very funny, but I had a feeling that somebody would report it, and I think that's possibly what happened. So yeah, we're just going to have a little discussion tonight, very, very briefly, about how I'm going to present this Viking stuff. So, maybe a series of short lives, and I can either read from the book and then discuss, or I can read it first and then just disseminate it to you in my own unique way, which will generally involve me forgetting what the hell I was talking about. But it's really interesting, and this book covers how Vikings passed the time, what they did for entertainment, and there's a chapter on the weapons, and then there's a bit on mythology. What else is there? Oh, and then it goes through all the history of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden between the 14th and the 19th century, I find that very interesting. And a chapter on Viking art. And then there's a whole chapter on the legend of Ragnar. And there's a whole chapter on Rollo, who basically founded Normandy. He was, the leader of Normandy. So, yeah, so I don't know what you think. What do you reckon? Because I don't Oh, sorry, Raven. Oh, yeah, Raven saying hello to Marie, Meadow, and Pork Chop. Yeah, so I don't know how you fancy it being delivered, because obviously my reading voice is not going to be anywhere near Bam's, but although I'm happy to just read a chapter out, or if you think that may be boring, you know, I'm just throwing it out there, see what you guys think. Yeah, check it out, Frida, because it's really good. I mean, I forget how many seasons are they on now, Raven? Is it 6 or 7, or is it more? Oh, you like my voice, Raven? Oh, thank you. I hate my voice, but I think we all do, don't we? Yeah, so it's yeah, the way it's put out, it's quite interesting. There are quite a few facts in there, but I thought at least it's something that we can pick up on, and I'll keep watching the chat. Oh, Frida, God love you. Thank you so much. I think people might disagree with you. So yeah, so I think the first one, I'm probably going to aim. We're on Sunday here in the UK. So I'm thinking of maybe doing it on Tuesday, Tuesday evening, and do the first chapter, which is about the Vikings in North America. Because a couple of things that I didn't know, you may know this, Raven, about why they chose Leif Erikson Day. You know, how they came to pick the 9th of October. Because it's one of those, and I just presumed that somehow they knew that was the exact day that he'd landed and put his foot on. No, it was actually, it was Lyndon Johnson who picked it. And it coincided, that actual date was, let me just have a little look, because I did write it down, and as usual, I've put it down and lost the damn thing. It was something to do. I'm just gonna have to guess now because I've lost my notes. But it was basically it was definitely Lyndon Johnson, and he picked, because there was Christopher Columbus Day, wasn't there, or isn't there? And so then he picked this particular day, and it coincided with, I'm sure it was a boatload of Norwegian immigrants when they actually came to America. So, and you know, it's recorded immigration. So he actually picked the 9th of October as the day for Leif Erikson Day. Oh, here, I've got it. I found it. So the 9th of October, it was picked because it is the commemoration of the 1825 entry of a ship in New York that was carrying the first group of Norwegian settlers to the United States. I found it. So that's why Leif Erikson Day is on the 9th of October. So yeah, it was things like that. Do you know, wouldn't you just? And actually, I probably am related to one of those, because I have a cousin, and I do know he had mentioned 1825. I did not know it was to do with the landing of a boat, but my cousin lives in Kansas, and their family changed their name. So our family name was Johansson, or still is Johansson. And when his great-great-grandfather came over from Norway, he changed it. So he didn't sound as foreign, even though he had the accent. He changed it to Hansen. But he was an immigrant around about that. No, I've got the Swedish ending. Sen is SEN is the Danish, and mine is SON, because obviously Norway was ruled by Denmark at one time and Sweden at another. So it just depended who was ruling at the time. The people picked that ending. So yeah, so that's where they come from. So my family obviously picked that surname during a period of Swedish rule. So I'm Johansson. Or rather, I'm not Johansson. That's not my surname. That's the family surname. So yeah. So I would actually quite like to look into that and see if those relations of mine are on that ship's log, or the captain's log. Oh, you're saying, so you lot would have been there under Danish rule. It's really interesting, isn't it? It's silly little things like just a name ending will tell you at which period of time, you know, that who was ruling at the time when your family decided to pick a surname and stick to it. Because the other thing as well that I'd put in, I don't know if you noticed it in the description of this live, as to Ragnar Lothbrok. Oh, they're here again. These bots. Flipping porn link weirdos. I think I managed to block that one then. So yeah, it's all little things like that. So I was thinking, if I do some of the readings out of the book, and then we have a bit of a chit chat, and then we can talk about little things like that, you know, the name endings and, you know, who ruled which area. Yeah, they are blocked pretty quick. I know. It's usually you and Witch with the trigger fingers, isn't it? And Denny as well. She likes a good old blockage, so to speak. So yeah, and do you think if I just go through a chapter, because I don't want to bore people with repetitiveness and going from one country to another. Hi, Lady Witch. Hello, darling. I'm sorry about me messing up the timing. I'm presuming you saw that I was coming online at 10 o'clock. I messed it up on StreamYard. So we're just talking about what we did last night, Lady Witch. Yeah, there's your other one. Raven and Lady Witch. The terrible twosome. Evil twins. You two are great. Yeah, I'm going to start doing some little mini lives on the Viking stuff and Ragnar Lothbrok. Raven rides on... Oh, you're riding on Lady Witch's shoulder. You two are great. You really are great. You were all great, actually. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that and leave out Frieda and Meadow and anybody else who's watching. Obviously, Porkchop's watching, but he's doing something else at the moment and just keeping an eye on the chat. So if I show up, you know she's around. Yes. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do, Lady Witch. I'm going to go for everyone is great here. Yes, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. And I think last night showed that as well, that email that I'd got. It just showed, I thought it wasn't even anybody in here, you know, us bigging ourselves up. That has been somebody unconnected with this channel. The only connection they had with this channel was by subbing to me as a pity sub a few years ago, even though I wasn't posting anything, because I subbed to him, so he subbed to me. I heard my name. Did you ask me something? No, sorry. I was just telling Lady Witch that who was in chat and that you were here keeping an eye on Porkchop. No, you're okay. It's just people coming in. So I said that you were watching because you were doing other things. No, if we do, I'll shout. I'll shout 3 times and stamp my feet if we need you. So yeah, so that's the format that I'm thinking of, Lady Witch. Doing it, and as I've just been saying before you came in, the very first chapter in this book is relating to the Vikings settling and landing and settling and basically discovering or being the first Europeans to find the Americas. Yeah, listen, you two, don't be going on about the tallness, because don't forget that I am a bit of a midget. So yeah, so I'm going to start off with the covering the Americas. I'm just repeating myself now, aren't I? Again and again and again. I'm going to start off doing a chapter on the Americas. Raven has said that she would like me to read it out. They're not long chapters, but there's some really interesting bits and pieces in there, just about the. Oh, you're 5 foot. Oh, Raven, I feel so much better. I've got 2 inches on you. Not that it means a lot, but I know I thought you were going to be a big statuesque Norwegian descendant. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I'm going to do then. And I think we'll start it on Tuesday. Yeah, a giant. Nah, not really. I'd love it. My sister's very tall. My brothers are huge. And I've got this little rogue Irish leprechaun gene. Oh, to you, it's only two. Oh, I was going to say it's only 2 inches, but I know I'm 5'2" and a bit, and that bit really matters. So I do feel it because Bam's only 5 foot as well, isn't she? And Green Eyes. Oh, Green Eyes is she 4'11"? I think Green Eyes has said, and I was really shocked because I had her down as about 5'7". Your 12-year-old granddaughter is taller than me. Yes. Well, that's really funny that because Mr. Sexy's daughter towers over me. Green Eyes is smaller than me. Yeah, she is. She's tiny. Only 2 inches. So what Pork Chops put, only 2 inches, said no woman ever. That's our personalities that are so big. Absolutely. But yeah, I just got I got a real shock when Green Eyes said how tiddly she was. And you're 5'4". Do you know what I always say, Frida? Small things, the best things come in small packages, and you don't get diamonds as big as bricks. There we go. We'll stick with that. Yeah, so I think, oh, hang on. Frida, that's another one. Everyone's so tall. Well, you know what, Raven? You've given me a boost because nobody's ever called me tall, ever. So I might have to come and stand with you and then stand with Green Eyes, and I'll feel positively statuesque. Amazonian even. Because Lady Witch, you're tall, aren't you? I know Tismy Denny, she's the same height as me. She's 5'2". Because I got the impression she was really tall because she was saying the other night, you're tiny, aren't you? I'm like, yeah, 5'2". She, oh, yeah, same as me. I would have to look up at you. So you are tall. And yes, Green Eyes makes me feel tall. God love the little tinker. I thought Witch was tall. Yeah, I'm sure Witch had said she was something like 5'7" or 5'9", like Amazonian. If you're called 10 feet tall, then yes. No, it's I just look at it as feminine. 10 feet going on 30 feet, yeah. 5'10", there you go. I knew you were statuesque. And I'm so envious. I could bite a mean ankle on it. Yeah, I'm a bit of an ankle nipper as well. Oh, there's quite a few watching though. So, well, if any of you who are watching, if you agree with the format that I've kind of put forward, give us a yay or a nay, or if you've got any other suggestions. See, very tall, she can actually reach the top shelf. Raven, you were scaring me now about Lady Witch. That was always my if anybody joking and they were saying, what you're looking for in a man? I went, somebody who can reach the top shelf of my cupboards. You wouldn't believe what's on the top shelf in my cupboards. I don't even know myself. I've not seen up there for years. I can't get on the chair because the dog will jump up at me and starts barking. I don't know what he thinks I'm doing, whether he thinks I'm going to stand on a chair and disappear into the ether. I've got no idea. But yeah. So my top cupboards, I've got no idea. There's probably gold, Lord Lucan and Shergar the horse in there. Who can say? Mine sure can't, so I'm a little hooped there. So your other half can't reach them either. Oh, Joe Margery's here. I'm 5'2" and called shorty by my cousins. Hello, Joe, lovely. That's another thing that I excuse me, that I get. I used to get called midget. My brothers thought it was really funny to call the older sister midget. Right, midget. How are you doing, midget? Oh, here she comes, green eyes, the little pocket rocket. We've just been discussing height. I didn't realise I was 2 inches taller than Raven, and I went, but it's only 2 inches. And then Pork Chop popped up and said, only 2 inches, said no woman ever. Oh, short arse. You're not a short arse. We're all the perfect height to somebody. Yeah, we've just been on about it there, Green Eyes. We're going to do the Viking stuff, and I'm going to start it on Tuesday. Tonight was just a little bit of a chit chat, just to see what people thought about the way I present it. So I think at the moment what I'm going to do is read a chapter. Not going to do it tonight. I've just come in to bounce a few ideas around. On Tuesday, Lady Witch, I have to make sure I don't trip over y'all. Listen, we're halflings in here, okay? Hairy feet, hobbit burrows, we're little halflings. Yes, Joe, the Viking stuff. And I'm going to be starting on Tuesday with the Vikings in America, because that's the first chapter. And because all of you guys, from America come in so often, I thought it only fair that we start with your side of the pond. They're not long chapters. And I'm going to do, I think what I'll do is I'll read a chapter, we'll go through it. There's some really interesting information in these as well. I've just given a couple of little snippets away before you guys came in about the American side of things, and then just open up and have a bit of a discussion, because Raven and I had been talking about the surname endings, and just prior to Raven coming in, Frida and I had been talking about DNA and do all Viking descendants have blonde hair and blue eyes? So what's Frida said? If you wear heels, you'll be over 6 foot tall. Do you know, though, Frida, one of my friends, she's 6'1", and she doesn't, well, unless I'm standing next to her, then I feel like an absolute midget. But she doesn't look like some women who are 6 foot and over, and they look quite awkward with it. I'm not saying everyone, but some can look a little awkward with that height. And she doesn't. She carries it really well, but she always gets pissed off because she can never meet a guy taller than her, because she said all the really tall guys seem to go for the little Didians. So let me just have a little look where I'm up to. No, don't apologise, Green Eyes. So yeah, for those who missed it, we've got the chapters on all the different places that they invaded or settled or just discovered. So we've got America, and then the obvious, which is England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Then we've got France and Russia, Greenland and Iceland. So we're doing those separately to cover in America. Then there's also Galicia, the Islamic Iberia, and the Levant. And then there are whole chapters on Ragnar Lothbrok and on Rollo the Warrior. So I thought that'll give us quite a lot to discuss. I don't have to do them, every day. I can do one and then we can do something else and go back to it again. But then there are some really interesting chapters. I've only skimmed through these, but there's a chapter that goes through, Viking weapons, sports and entertainment. So I thought that will be quite good. There's a chapter on Viking art, which I think probably Voodoo Queen would find, and Joe as well, would probably specifically, I'm not saying nobody else, but I was just thinking of maybe Voodoo Queen and Joe Mardre would probably find that Viking art chapter very interesting. And then we've got one on North, try again, Norse mythology. And then there's one on the history of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden from the 14th to the 19th century. So let me just have a look. Greenhousen, 4'11", went out with a guy 6'4" years ago. Yeah, the very tall guys seem to like little petite women, don't they? Which book is it, Raven? It's called Ragnar Lothbrok and the History of the Vikings. So it's the same as the title for this this live. Frida put, remember Nicole Kidman when she divorced Tom Cruise? She said, thank God I can wear heels again. I know, because she's pretty tall, isn't she? Those really great tall ones are out of the question. Yeah, sports. I don't know what kind of sports. I mean, I can have a, I'll just, do you know what? Why don't I have a little nosy while we're here so we can just get, let's have a look. Viking sports, right. Let's see. Oh, and here goes. Oh, so you've seen some on Cooper, be quiet, on Vikings in America. Well, actually, Joe, I'll give you this one, and Lady Witch, because you missed it. Do either of you two know how they decided on Leif Erikson Day as the 9th of October? Because I didn't know that till I read this book. Cooper, be quiet. Right, and just while I'm waiting for you guys to come back and see if you are clever clogses and that you know why they named it, just looking at the Viking sports here, so it's saying that the sports revolved around physical strength, and it was more of a test of brawn than brain. So in contrast, the English had games that focused more on techniques and the use of cognitive processes. And one sport that the Vikings enjoyed was jumping from oar to oar, which generally occurred at the side of their ships whilst they were sailing, and the oarsmen were rowing. If anybody has seen the film The Vikings, you know, with Kirk Douglas in it, do you ever remember when they're coming down the fjord and the whole villagers come out to greet them and they're cheering as they come up the fjord, and he gets out and the other Vikings and they're jumping from oar to oar, and then I think he falls in the water. So that's something if you'd never if you'd never actually seen that. So that seems to be that game. Let's have a look. Yeah, sea swimming and competing over long distances. They'd run while carrying huge tree trunks or large cauldrons and large buckets of water. So they'd carry those from one point to another. The women took part in some of these sports as well and were very strong, apparently, and hunting skills were another. Let's see about the axes. Other sports revolved around testing fighting skills, something that seems to have been an integral part of the DNA. And a signal that would often lead to fighting was the dropping of a helmet, which meant that a challenge had been made. So that's a bit like throwing your gloves down, isn't it? Throwing the gauntlet down. Let's have a little look. So let me just see while I was reading that what I've missed in the chat. So, right, okay, so no idea. Right, so Leif Erikson Day was decided on by Lyndon Johnson. And Lyndon Johnson did it to commemorate the landing in 1825 of the first shipful of Norwegian settlers that landed in New York. So I'm presuming that would have been Ellis Island, would it? In 1825? It doesn't say that in the book, but yeah, that's how Leif Erikson Day was decided on. That was the first boatload of Norwegian settlers. And I'd been saying to Raven, I've got part of my family are over in Kansas, and our family name, which they shared as well, was Johansson. And I know that the great-great-grandfather of my cousin who lives in Kansas now, he came over as the Johansson, so he will probably be Johansson on the records, especially if it was at Ellis Island, and then changed his name to Hansen, so he didn't sound as foreign. Right, let me see, back in the chat. Yeah, Joe Leif Erikson Day, because you've got Christopher Columbus Day, but obviously, 500 years before Columbus ever set foot in the Americas, Leif Erikson had landed. So, and then also I found out that his Torvald, which I think was his brother or his son. So Leif was the first European to set foot on American soil or North American soil, and Torvald died. They had a bit of a conflict with some First Nation people. I think they'd come across them by accident as they landed, and these people ran off, and the Vikings went after them, and then the First Nation people, the Vikings shit themselves basically because there were tons of canoes coming up the river at them, so they all tried to get back on the boat, and they did defeat them because they had metal weapons, whereas the First Nations people didn't. But Torvald took an arrow that went under his arm. It came in under his arm and killed him. He died within, I don't know if it was seconds or minutes. So apparently he then became the first European to be buried on American soil. So what's Frida said, just to get this clear, anyone with son or sen at the end of their surname is likely to have Viking descent. Yes. I mean, even somebody like Thompson, it was, you might not have come from Norway, but you were probably part of a Viking settlement over here in England, Scotland, Wales, wherever. And you just took the Viking way of naming yourself, because don't forget, Ragnar Lothbrok was allegedly the son of, his father was supposed to be Sigurd. So he's actually known as Ragnar Sigurdsson. So that was the way, and then Lothbrok came later. And again, that's got a different meaning, because that means, well, the surname means, like, is it hairy breeches? So oh, is Barbara in the chat? Sorry, I've missed you. Barbara was watching the rest of last night's live, so didn't know you were on again. Oh, hello, Barbara, love. It's not going to be a long one. I'm just talking about, I'm going to start doing some lives on the Vikings, which I'm going to start on Tuesday. Not going to do it tomorrow. You never know, though. I might end up throwing one in tomorrow later on, but definitely Tuesday. Let me see what I've missed. Green Eyes. I like listening to Scott Walter, who writes about the Vikings being in America before Columbus. Yeah, and people forget that, don't they? And I think for a long time, it was denied, wasn't it? People were poo-pooing it until they started to find, was it the turn of the last century? Oh, sorry, was it going into the 1800s into the 1900s that they then started identifying the artifacts that were being found, in Canada and so on? That they identified them as actually Scandinavian. So they said, yeah, these guys, and dating them, they actually predated Columbus. Barbara, hi Raven, hi Frida, love Kiss My Axis chat. Oh, thank you, Barbara. You wouldn't have liked it on New Year's Eve. It got very raucous. But yeah, this is what we're going for. We're going to go do a little bit of history. We're going to do a ghosty one as well, maybe next week, about the Enfield poltergeist. I'm doing that with Tismy Denny. Only once in a while will they even mention the settlement they found. I know, isn't that weird? That's kind of trying to wipe out a whole block of your country's history, though, isn't it, Raven? Which I find quite sad. Frida says, well, I've learned something tonight. I always thought names like Johnson, Thompson were sort of English, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and yeah, nowadays they are what you'd look on and say it's a generic English surname or Welsh surname or something, but no, it will have Scandinavian origins. It's like place names in England, anything ending in BY, like by or BY, and they're they're former Scandinavian settlements. Canada is not the country it seems. I like to bury the history. That's very sad, Raven. That really is sad. you know, I suppose in any country there will be a part of history that we're not proud of, or that we don't really want to acknowledge. But you know, you can't take it away. It's what's made the country that it is. Let's see what else I've got. And I think last night as well, just carrying on for that with the place names. Helen Happy Thoughts and I were talking about the Wirral, because the Wirral's got a lot of Viking history as well. And we mentioned Thingwall, which is a place there. So there's Bromborough, is one place, and then there's Thingwall, and Thingwall is a Viking because a thing, Thing, a thing was kind of a meeting or a council. So, and they still do that on the Isle of Man. They call the thing, you know, they're going to actually host the thing, and that is a meeting. That's a Viking. So Thingwall will have been where there would have been some form of a Viking council held, or a Viking parliament even, and that's on the Wirral. The Vikings came before Christopher Columbus. Yeah, they did, and we all know they did. So it is quite sad, you know, because look, when they settled and they went to Iceland and they went to Greenland, and then you've got Newfoundland, and yeah, and I find it sad, and not just because I've got an affinity with the Vikings and I'm fascinated by them. I would say it over any, you know, any nationality or race of people, that if they've made their mark on a particular country, however long ago, then that should be acknowledged. And it's no mean feat, if you think about it, crossing over from Norway, maybe making a stop at Iceland, and carrying on and ending up in Canada. I mean, there are some. I mean, look what happened to the Titanic trying to do that crossing, you know, and these guys were in wooden ships. So it's no mean feat. This is why your channel would do very well. This is great. Oh, thank you, Raven. Thank you. But yeah, I'm fascinated, and I can get incredibly boring on the Vikings. So, you know, I'd probably, to be honest, the Titanic is in our waters too, so it's brutal. Yeah, and this is it. You know, if you think 1,000 years ago, you know, a shipload of hairy-ass Vikings rowed the majority of the way over the Atlantic Ocean, you know, the North Atlantic Ocean to be more precise. You know, and yet they did have, you know, the ships did have one huge sail that they would hoist as and when. But don't forget, if it was screaming a storm for those people not in the UK, they couldn't leave that sail up, because it would have just shredded it. So, you know, for the most part, that would have been done by pure manpower, you know, brute force, rowing that boat across the North Atlantic. They were everywhere, Frida. They were absolutely everywhere. And a good thing. And again, you know, if we go back to what we were talking about a few nights ago with Voodoo Queen has got the same condition in her hand that I've got the very early starting of, which is called Dupuytren's contracture, and it's also known as Viking finger. And if you've ever seen, do you know Bill Nighy, the actor who was in Love Actually? You know, the crazy old ex-heroin addict rock star. If you notice his hands, and he always has his thumb and his first two forefingers stuck out, and he looks like he's clenching his hands together, that's advanced stage Dupuytren's contracture, and that's how it can end up. But again, so Bill Nighy, he has got, and you'll only find this in people with Scandinavian DNA. And it's the same with multiple sclerosis as well. That's also known as the Viking disease. So yeah, they got everywhere. And when you see people cropping up with, you know, look at Voodoo Queen. We'll use her for an example. She's from Louisiana, and she's got Dupuytren's contracture. You know, so it's yeah, the DNA spread far and wide. Oh gosh, Raven. it was -55 a few nights ago, so I don't know how they did it then. My goodness, -55. I knew about the MS. Lots in my family have it, alarmingly high amounts. Yeah, and you know where that they reckon that the correlation with that and the Scandinavian link is because it's been found that a lack of sunlight and vitamin D, and that causes the, now I've got to get this right, is it the melanin that covers the nerves, and that's what becomes, it kind of wears away or becomes very thin over the nerve endings. And so that's what, that's with the MS. So yeah, and it's linked. So obviously, the countries in the Northern Hemisphere have a lower rate of light than people around the equator. So as you go further towards the equator, unless the people of Scandinavian origin, the incidences of MS become fewer and fewer. I have got so many friends with MS. My mum had MS. Although, believe it or not, it actually isn't an inherited disease. Because when I panicked, every time I had, an ache in my leg or something, I'd be rushing to the doctors going, my mum had MS and I think I've got it. And my doctor stopped me panicking. I think I was in my 20s at the time. And he said, look, I have got more chance of developing MS than you have. It is not inherited. He said it's inherited via your DNA, but it's not passed from mother to daughter, father to son. He said this is something that is in your DNA from eons back, and occasionally it will surface. So it stopped me from panicking. Hiya, Simples, my love. Oh, two of your friends' husbands have it. Yeah, it's a horrible condition. Like I said, I've got friends who've got it. And this sounds really weird. In a way, I actually feel quite guilty that I haven't, because they both knew that my mum had it and she had primary progressive MS, which advanced rapidly. So the fact that they now have MS and I don't, and sometimes I feel quite guilty about that, which is stupid. I'll go back to chat a minute, sorry. Oh, you've got trigger finger. What's that, Frida? I don't know what trigger finger is. You might have to explain that to me. Raven, makes sense. There isn't much sun up in these parts in the winter. Yeah, because they do say, try and get out in the sun or get under the sunbeds, as bad as they are for you. But yeah, that does help people with MS. By 4:30 p.m. it's pitch black and it's dark till about 8. Gosh. It is a late sunrise, isn't it, Green Eyes? Raven. And further north, they're twilight all winter and never dark in the summer. We put foil in our windows to be able to sleep. Yeah, and it's the same in the north, very far north of Norway as well. You'll have, and even in the north of Scotland, where my dad's is, round about midsummer, it doesn't really go past dusk. It never goes full on pitch black. It's got that kind of grey, bluey, dusky feel to it. It never goes completely dark at that time of the year. But yeah, up in far north of Norway, you'll either get your whole, no sunlight at all, or just sunlight all the time in the summer. What's Green Eyes? My son sent me a photo last night. He's 33 and lost the last of his baby teeth last night. Really? His big tooth was sat waiting to come through. Oh, God, that's weird. Flipping heck. Dentist had never seen it before. Well, here, I'll tell you something that had my dentist scuppered as well. I got 2 lots of wisdom teeth. The first lot came through, and obviously, what the pain that you get, some people with the wisdom teeth. And then probably about 18 months later, one of my teeth, it was because my teeth are always very strong, and one of these teeth was kind of crumbling. It went a bit chalky, one of the back ones. And I went to the dentist. I was like, oh, this isn't, something's wrong with this tooth. Have I got some calcium deficiency or what have you? And he x-rayed my jaw and he said, you've actually got a second lot of wisdom teeth coming through. And the reason that this one was crumbling, because he said the one behind, I don't know how it works, but he said basically the calcium to develop the tooth was going into the one that was coming behind. So this first one had come through quite weak. So yeah, I had to have all of them taken out. That was fun. Raven, that's what it's like here in the summer. I can still see daylight on the horizon, never really completely sets. But you know, Raven, I love that. When I'm at my dad's and I can sit out, you know, looking over, he has a balcony on his house and it looks out across Moray Sands over to the islands, and you get all these beautiful, like we were talking about the other night with that horrible story, all the beautiful colours for the sunsets. But during midsummer, it's just beautiful because you've got that very light sky, but yet the islands look pitch black. I can't describe it. I need to show you guys some photographs of it because it's so beautiful. Can't sit out here. The mosquitoes will carry you away. Oh, are they really bad? Then again, though, I mean, anybody who's been in Scotland and knows what the Scottish midges are like, little bastards. Oh, here it comes. Don't have it anymore. Had an op for carpal tunnel. Oh, sorry about. Stop, Cooper. Stop. Sorry, guys. Op for carpal tunnel at the same time, but my little finger used to lock closed at night. Had to click it back into place. Oh gosh. Oh, that sounds really painful, Frida. I can tell you a funny story about carpal tunnel, and I'm so sorry because you've had it, but it will just show you how evil I was. So, a few years ago, I lived with a guy, and I had already decided I was leaving. It was a shitbag. I was already decided I was leaving. We had split up. I was still living in the same house as him, waiting to make my escape. I wasn't really. I'd already lined up where I was going to go and move to, but basically I was getting ready to leave. I was in the spare room. We weren't in the same bedroom or anything like that. And he he then got his appointment. He had carpal tunnel syndrome. He was an engineer. So he got carpal tunnel syndrome. He had it in both hands. So he had an appointment to go and have one done, and then he'd have I think it was, they were doing his right hand first, and then he was going to come back, recover, and then they were going to schedule and have the left one done. And I got a phone call from the hospital saying, and it was his mum, and she said, I'm just letting you know, he's out of surgery. He's had both his hands done. And I went, what? She said, well, the surgeon had had a cancellation or 2 cancellations or something, and had said to him, if you've got somebody to look after you at home, we could do both for you, which will then mean you don't have to have as much time off work, because I know he was a bit worried about sick pay and everything. So he had both of his both hands done, you know, for the carpal tunnel. And when he got back, he then realised that, no, I hated his guts, and the fact that if he was, I got him a stick and a sponge, because I said, if you think that he couldn't even wipe his own arse. And I said, if you think I'm going to be doing that for you when I'm not even sleeping in the same bedroom as you, you've got another thing coming. Your mum lives the other end of, you know, but she only lived about 3 streets away. I said, if you want your arse wiping, if you want any help doing anything like that or having a bath, I suggest you get your mum and she can come and do it for you, because my days of doing it for you are over. But yeah, I was really, really mean. But you know what? It made my life a misery, and that was my last my last go at having the final word. But yeah, he had both his hands done. I'll be fair with you, I'm not that hard-hearted, and I did feel sorry for him because he said it was quite painful. So I don't know how yours was, or what your recovery was like there, Frida. Let's have a look. Animals run all the time. Oh, you're on about the midges. Oh no. And in the lakes, they devoured Dave but left me alone. Oh, Simples. Yeah, they're horrible, the midges. And they're coming further south. They're coming over the border. Raven, they will attack and cover a vehicle. Disgusting. You cannot even breathe. They're up your nose. Bad things. Oh, no, I wouldn't like that. Geez, Raven, thought ours were bad, but nothing like that. Oh, so they eat you alive, do they, Raven? Ah, need a mousetrap to get him. Yeah, well, that was it, Raven. I think it was because he just being, yeah, you'd have to know the arsehole to know what I'm talking about. But his just whole attitude was very entitled, and everybody's going around and do what I want. And the surgeon, and I'll tell you where it was. It was actually at Lee Hospital, which is near Wigan. And the surgeon then had said, if you have got someone at home who can look after you, I am prepared to do the other hand because I've had these cancellations. So he just said, yeah, and came home with them both done. So, oh, do you need surgery for carpal tunnel, Raven? Oh, yeah. I mean, I can only go off what he said, now whether he was telling lies, for sympathy. But Frida's had it done. Oh, Sid, hiya, love. Hey up, kiss and chatterboxes. Hope everyone's okay. Yeah, we're just having a little. It's only a little bit of a chat. I came on at 9:30. I was just going through that we're. Oh, not anymore. We're going to be doing some Viking stuff starting on Tuesday. So I was just talking about that and how I'm gonna run it. So hopefully I won't make it boring and we can all have a bit of a chatter about it. Green Eye still listening, just got to bag some curry sauce for the freezer. Yes, we were talking our Vikingness. Yes. Have you any Viking in you, Sid? That should be a chat up line, shouldn't it, by a man? Have you got any Viking in you? No? Would you like some? Actually, if it was the guy who played Rollo on Vikings, then absolutely yes, I would. What was his name? Clive Standen? I'm sure that's his name. Yeah, Clive Standen. Because he's a big guy. He's something like 6'6". Good looking fella. He's much better. I think he's far better looking with his long Viking hair than when you see him how he looks usually or in real life. But yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Lay that Viking on me. Yeah, absolutely. It's worth a broken rib for Raven. And broken legs, broken neck, broken back, whatever. Oh, so just give me a sec, guys. I'm just filling the dog's water bowl. Do you know, I'm really, I don't know if anybody else is like this, but considering dogs will go and they'll drink out of a shitty puddle every other day. Sometimes I give Cooper the water out of the tap because our water here is very good. It's very soft water. But every other day, I boil the kettle and I give him boiled water and I leave it to go cold, which is what I just done then. And then I fill his water bowl up with boiled water. I just got into a habit of doing that a while ago and, well, quite a few years ago with my dogs. Oh, here you go, Raven from Frida. Healed up really well. I fortunately had a private consultant, done both operations at the same time. I can't even see any scars. His name was Mr. Small, but he was over 6. Oh, so you had both of yours done as well at the same time? So that's what we call it, filling the dog's water bowl. I know. Do you know, I should have done that when I needed a wee earlier and pretended it was a dog's water bowl. Yeah, so what was your, did you find it painful afterwards, Frida? Obviously asking for a friend, Raven. I shouldn't have mentioned needing a wee now because now that's on my brain. So how do you think we should run this then, guys? Do you think I should just do a series and get it out the way? Or would you like, say I do Tuesday do a Viking one, and then maybe Thursday or Friday do something on something else? Or do you want to stick to a theme? Because I don't mind. It makes absolutely no difference to me at all. If anything you do. Raven, you're so nice. I'll pay you later, mate. Shh, don't tell the others. Pay for the compliments. Just gonna have a little puff ski on my my vape. Oh, minty freshness. Right, well, you know what? That's what I'm going to do then. I'll do Tuesday or tomorrow. I'll stick with Tuesday, maybe tomorrow, depending if I'm not busy later on. Raven, I never know from one day to the next if I'm going to be able to get online, but please leave up whatever you do. I don't want to miss it. I will do. The only one that's come down is the New Year's Eve one, because I don't know whether it was either reported or got flagged or what have you. I had a warning sign on it, which I think was due to the foul language that was being used. There was a copyright claim against it, which I think may have been the music we were playing in the background. But then there was this warning one, and they'd put, yeah, they'd got it blocked for 3 days. So I thought, oh, do you know what? I'm not even bothering. So I've made that one private, but that's the only one. It said, I'd be interested to hear that the reality compared to the myth and Viking legend. Well, you know, it's like anything, isn't it? That the legends are always going to whatever story you get told, and don't forget that it wasn't a written language. You know, there were runes and so on, but all the stories, you know, you had a skald that would sing the song of your life. So I suppose in the telling, it could get changed, you know. One skald would sing it one way, and then they'd die, and the next person would take it on and add their own little bits and pieces to it. So yeah, we can. I think you know, there is some. I think the earliest written records, apart from obviously what we have over here, you know, in the Anglo-Saxon chronicles and so on. We've got the versions and the things that the monks had written, you know, about the attacks on Lindisfarne, and then the monasteries over in Ireland when they were getting hit, and the French and so on. So you've got contemporary reports, but yet they don't really know the background of the Vikings other than what they get told by either Viking captives who, I guess if you're captured by an enemy, you're going to try and big up your leader, aren't you? Make them far more scary than they actually are. Or they would then, if they made a truce with the Vikings and then got to know these different Viking warriors, that's, you know, that they could then corroborate that these stories about them were true, and they'd write it down. So yeah, it's a bit yeah, it's a bit hit and miss, but you know, we can go through what we want. And there are the rune stones that are over in Scandinavia, and there are a couple of rune stones over here as well, you know, where they've taken a big boulder and they've marked up with runes on them the story of somebody's life. There's one in Ragnarr in a churchyard, and it's really strange because on one side it's like a Celtic cross, and so it's obviously Christian, but on the other side it's Viking, and it's got the Thor's hammer and a lot of rune markings on there. So yeah, and again, that's the story of somebody's life. So yeah, so I can only give you what I can give you, Sid. Yeah, that's the stuff I'm in, really interested in that sort of thing. Oh, brilliant. So yeah, it's, you know, we can go through that, and like I said, I can do a chapter at a time, do one chapter of this book, and then we can just have the next hour or so of chit chat, or 2 hours or 4 hours, depending who's on, and then we can go off and, you know, and then do the next chapter a couple of nights later. And then if you get bored of it, you know, we can go on and do the Enfield Poltergeist and come back to the Viking stuff. But yeah, you just need to give me a nudge every so often, because I can go off at a tangent. You know, it's like any of us, isn't it? You know, I suppose if I ask something of one of you guys and it's something that you know loads about and you're really, really, really interested in, and you kind of forget, don't you? You just keep talking for hours and hours and hours. Oh yeah, were you not in when Denny came up on panel, Raven? I don't think you were, unless you caught up with it afterwards, and we were chatting about the Enfield Poltergeist case. But it was very impromptu. We hadn't intended to do it, and I think it was, well, Lisa, I think, had said she wanted us to talk about poltergeists. So we mentioned Enfield, the Enfield Poltergeist case, and Denny jumped up on panel. So because we'd done no research on it, it was just kind of from memory. So when we'd done that, and because it's such an interesting case, we've then decided we're going to do a collaboration on it, and we're trying to aim for the second week in January. So we're both going to do a bit of research and then just get up and talk about it. So if I forget something, Denny will no doubt know it, and if she forgets something, she will. Because we've got a couple of little bits and pieces. But if you go back through my my lives, and I can't remember which one it is, unless anybody in chat can, I've pinned a comment in the comment section after it, which has got links to 2 recordings of this poltergeist talking through a 13-year-old girl, which you'll probably find interesting, but it's quite freaky deaky, as Casper Sight would say. So yeah, we're going to do that. I'm just trying to, you know, mix it up a bit, because as you know, I love true crime, but I would never describe myself as part of the true crime community. It's just a community that I'm a part of, that I enjoy. But my thing is more history, as you'll know, and then, well, the cookery as well, because we always get into that. So yeah, it's the history, but then I also like some of the paranormal stuff. Oh, well, it's okay. I mean, for the most part, you know, it's just been me talking and different people popping up and saying hello, and the banter in the chat's been great. But rather than you going through everything, if you go on each of the lives but check out the comments, it's the one with the pinned comment on that's got the 2 links in. Oh, hi, Cassius. Jumping back to the start, my internet's still playing up. You're at Ivan the Boneless, love him. We're going to be doing the Vikings, Cassius. We've not really talked about much of it tonight. We've done a little tiny bit, but I'm going to start it on Tuesday. Ivan, no, I knew it was a typo. I knew. So yeah, if you're going to be interested in this as well, hopefully. Oh, I'm quite glad people have got the same interest as me. It's just such a fascinating topic, isn't it? And just a few little bits and pieces that we've been talking about, you know, just randomly. It just shows how much information there is out there, and things that I don't know and you guys don't know. And so I think between us, and especially Sheila as well, because and Sharon, because obviously Sheila's got that archaeology background of hers. You know, she studied archaeology and she's been on digs. 1.75. Oh my goodness. I'll talk slower for you. We'll try and slow it down. So many of us have that blood. So yes, it's very drawing. And I think as well, because there's been such a massive interest in Viking history and the Viking programs and Viking books, and, you know, the series has kicked it all off. It's made people want to know more, hasn't it? You know, you've got people like me who kind of grew up hearing legends and being told that you're related to famous Vikings when we actually weren't. Because as I said right at the start, every Scandinavian family who loves the legends and loves the history, they always tell the kids, oh, you know, we're related to them, don't you? Oh, yeah, that's your great millionth great grandfather. And none of us were. I mean, we wouldn't know because obviously there wasn't, you know, up to a certain point in Norway, there wasn't any written, you know, they didn't write down, they didn't keep records of births and deaths and marriages. It was all verbal. So I wouldn't have a clue. I wouldn't have a damn clue unless you could trace me by blood. You know, if you did a DNA test and had the DNA of a famous Viking warrior, there's no way I would ever find out if I was. It's just impossible to do. Oh, that's okay, Simples, because it's quite interesting stuff. I'm going to try and not make it. Oh, Cassie's thought you'd only been on about 30 minutes. Yeah, I messed up the timing. I should have come on at 10 o'clock. I came on at 9:30. I actually should have come on at 9 o'clock. I messed it up on StreamYard. I wasn't, because I was talking on the phone at the time and I wasn't watching what I was putting in to put the live on. So I messed it up. Frida. My son was still living at home when I had the op. He'd done cleaning dishes, cleaning, etc. Had big bandage on for a week. He kept calling me Hellboy. Yeah, do you know that's what I reckon about? Because I think my ex had a bit of a splint as well at the front of his hand. It was huge padding. But yeah, I was surprised when I actually saw the bandages come off. The scarring was, you know, or where the stitches were, it wasn't as huge. I just had visions that his hand was going to be sliced open in loads of different places, and it wasn't. It was just kind of on the pad of the thumb in that area. Yeah, the Vikings were everywhere. They absolutely were. They absolutely were. Let's just see. Vikings right up your street from what I can remember. Cassie's just learnt tonight they were in America as well. Yeah, they landed in America 400 or 500 years before Christopher Columbus. And that's a documented fact. And Raven can back me up because she knows where the settlement is. And it was Leif Erikson. They're going through the thumb. I did a miss. He had a different kind of surgery. If I'm an idiot, please excuse me. I don't know. My ex's was kind of the pad of the thumb. You know, where your thumb joins the palm of your hand. He had scarring on that fleshy part there, going down towards the wrist. I suppose it would depend on the surgeon and how tidy they make it, or but I don't know with Frida's. Frida, I surprised at some of the words, how close to what we'd use today. Well, it's the same in Cumbria, isn't it? There are areas, if you talk in, and Doric as well, you know, and you'll have heard the Doric. You hear sometimes the way people are talking, it's very similar to Old Norse, just as Cumbrian, the old Cumbrian dialect, you know, that some elderly people may still be talking these days. You know, the younger generations lose it, don't they? But, and Yorkshire, there's a lot of words as well. But Cumbria, if they're talking in the old Cumbrian dialect, it's more likely to be understood by someone in Norway than someone in London. Oh, I'm sorry if we scared the hell out of you, Raven. I'm sorry. Sorry, love. I thought you meant the pad on the thumb, like the tip. I knew I would never need it there. No, it was the fleshy part of your thumb. Sounds like a great chat. Them and American. Yeah. Cassie says, I said to Kiss earlier, I don't really know much about the Vikings. No, and it's just such a fascinating topic. Absolutely fascinating. I mean, I'd heard legends as kids. You know, we were kids and we heard the legends, and we had the stories, and then we had all the myths, and we heard about the gods and everything. But I remember watching the Vikings, the actual film, with I think that may have been with my granddad. I know I was only little. I was sitting on his knee, and he was You know, when Kirk Douglas is going after Tony Curtis, he's going, row faster, row faster. So my granddad used to say that, you know, if he wanted you to go and get a cup of tea, he'd go and get me a cup of tea, and he'd go, row faster. So that's one of my lasting memories of that. And that really piqued my interest in the Vikings, because I was like, you know, oh, that's who we were. Yeah, so we were talking about the sports a little bit as well, Cassius. That basically the English sports was more about using your brains, and the sports that the Vikings indulged in were just what you would typically expect. It was fighting and funnily enough, very similar to the Highland Games. You know, one of the things was to be running with carrying a huge log. That was something that we were saying. So it's funny how these games carry on. You know, they do feats of swimming and so on. But yeah, the log thing made me laugh because I just thought about the Highland Games with that one. So yeah, I think there's lots of things to cover, and there's bits that we'll go through about the, you know, the belief system, the mythology, and then what they did for entertainment. So I haven't read that part of this book yet, so I'm really looking forward to reading that, and I'm going to do that when I get into bed in a short while, and catch up. So we have Mr. Sexy to thank for this book, because this was my surprise, one of my surprise Christmas presents. Well, they were all surprises, but oh, I was so happy when I pulled this out. Yeah, I was really, really pleased. Yeah, brains versus brawn, absolutely. Raven, please don't be scared. I recovered very well. Not in a lot of pain after the op. Such a relief to get it done. Well, that's it, isn't it, with carpal tunnel? Because it's that you get the pain at night, don't you? That horrible pain in your hands at night and aching and can't get to sleep. So I suppose it's like when I had my knee done. Although it hurt after I'd had it done, I was on crutches for, I think it was 9 weeks, because I'd had a little bit of a problem with it. I burst the internal stitches. But to not have that pain in it, I could cope with the minimal pain after the surgery. It was far better than having that constant pain before they sorted out the tears in the ligaments. Oh, Raven, mine's bad. I need to have it done. Mine hurt all the damn time. Oh, no. And I sew very heavy stuff, so it can be rough. Oh, no. Yeah, that's something you need to get sorted, isn't it? Definitely do. I wonder, so is yours only carpal tunnel then, Raven? You've not got any of the Dupuytren's starting, have you? None of that drawing in of the little finger and your ring finger? Just obviously with you kind of being Norwegian origin, I just thought I would ask the question. I will at some point, but they aren't doing surgery here. No drawing in of anything. Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Raven, I feel your pain, know what you're going through, but you will be great after the op. Yeah, and you know, not that, well, I wouldn't wish him a happy life or anything, but I heard from, obviously I'm still in touch with my ex's children, well, the grown-up children, but and apparently his, you know, has had no trouble. We're going back a long time now, but he had no trouble following his surgery, according to his daughter. You know, and he's an engineer, so he's doing a lot of fine and detailed work with his hands. Well, he might, but I don't even know if he might not even be working in that job anymore, but he was at the time. So yeah, he was straight back on it once he'd gone through his recovery time. And I think the recovery time's pretty quick, isn't it, Frida? I'm sure he was only off work for about, it was either 5 or 6 weeks. It wasn't that long. Sorry about the clanking, guys. I'm just going to pour myself a cup of coffee out of my cafetiere. and stick it in the microwave. Oh, what have you put there then? Not sure what this is, but sometimes I feel like the tendons snap over the palms of my hand. Holy hell, that hurts. All kinds of different pains, some burning, throbbing, numb, all the normal crap. Oh no, that sounds so awful. Frida, they are great people. I hear Kiss talking about the series on TV, Netflix. There's another good film, 13th Warrior. Cassius, I love that film. Lo, there do I see my father. Lo, there do I see my mother. It's the Viking death chant, isn't it? Yeah, it's a really, really good film, that is. It's got a few Scandinavian actors in it as well that I can never remember the names of. But yeah, the 13th Warrior. Just want to jump to the end. Yeah, that should be on Netflix, shouldn't it? And I must admit, I did do a search for it. I did a search for it on Prime. I wasn't prepared to pay extra for it, but it was in my it's in my list on Prime, so that if it ever comes on there, bang, I'll get a notification straight away. But yeah, that's one of my favourite films. I love it. 13th Warrior. And Vikings, the full series is on Prime. Oh, and Viking Valhalla is due to come on at some point in the very near future on Netflix. That's going to pick up after the Viking season. So I think it's apparently going to be 100 years after the characters who are in the Vikings series. It's going to pick up after that. Oh, Raven, I hurt them crocheting in my 20s. Now it's just all the time. Oh, love, that sounds terrible. That sounds so painful. Frida said to Cassius, yes, was asking chat about the Viking series. He said it was brilliant. It's addictive, Frida. In my opinion, it's absolutely addictive. But then again, I got addicted to The Walking Dead as well, and that's not everybody's cup of tea. But Vikings is very good. There's a lot of artistic license in it. You know, they've got characters. Do you know what, Frida? I'll tell you what to watch. I'll tell you what to watch if you want to get a good idea from an English perspective before going full on blown into the Viking series. Have you watched The Last Kingdom? And Cassius, if you've not watched it, that's one for you as well. And if Meadow is still in, because that's set in the northeast, at is it Brom? No, it's not Bromborough. It's oh God, what's the name of the flipping castle? Is it Bemborough? Anyway, it's in Northumbria. So but yeah, so that is based on the Bernard Cornwell novels, which are the Saxon Chronicles. I've read those books and they're amazing. And it focuses around this might be what I don't know if this was what you were talking about, Cassius. It focuses around a Saxon lord, and his son is captured by the Danish Vikings, who've come over to invade and settle there in Northumbria. And his son is taken as a captive and ends up being raised as a Dane. So, and he loves it. He loves the lifestyle. He doesn't want to be a Saxon anymore. He doesn't want to be a Christian anymore. He follows the old gods and he follows that path. And it's kind of the conflict that he then has as a Saxon living as a Dane, and the wars that are going on. And it's all around King Alfred the Great and all the different Viking invaders of the time. It's brilliant. There are 4 seasons of it. They're actually making season 5 at the moment, and that's going to be the last one. But yeah, if any of you haven't watched The Last Kingdom, please watch it. It's amazing. I love it so much. What's Raven said? I think all of you guys that have castles around are so lucky. I love that kind of stuff and such history too. Yeah, although, you know, we do feel quite ripped off sometimes, because they charge an awful lot to go into a lot of these castles and stately homes. You need like a small fortune. Scotland, I feel, is the best place because there's a lot of those, either they don't charge you a lot or they don't charge you at all, especially some of the castles up in the Highlands. Cassis, I'm 2.15 seconds away. Woohoo! You've catched it up. You've catched it up. So Cassis, I die. A poorless man. Maybe someone can write us. Oh, hang on. Oh, the chat jumped up. Maybe someone can write a story about me. The big Viking. Yeah, it's great. 13th warrior. I'm catching up. Oh, I know. I know when he's saying, you know, that what a man must be worth for somebody to have put his life story into words. I know. Bamborough, thank you, Simples. That's it, Bamborough Castle. Have you watched the Last Kingdom? Oh yeah, Cassie's has seen it. Have you watched that then, Simples? The Last Kingdom. It's so good. Oh, Raven, I live in Wales. There's loads of them. My daughter used to be able to see Kidwelly Castle from a house. Yeah, Wales, and aren't the ones in Wales? They're from it was Edward the First, wasn't it? Longshanks, who was building all the castles around Wales because he was an arsehole like that, apparently. Frida, you're lucky. You can binge watch it if you like. Yeah, it's great. It really is a good series. It's brilliant. What am I on? We go getting so many recommendations. Yeah, I think Frida, I think to ease you in, you'll probably find The Last Kingdom very, very interesting. Shield Maidens were amazing. They were as good as the men fighting. Well, that's it. They started to uncover a lot of Viking graves with you know, artifacts and so on in them, and they'd think it was just maybe a Viking woman who died and had taken her deceased husband's sword with her. You know, it was quite a sexist outlook back in the day, and now they've realised, well, you know what? It's actually they were actually warriors in their own rights. Well, that's what the last part of my name is on here, Skalmir, which means shield maiden. Oh, hello, Barbara, you're still there. I watched half of New Year's Eve, then fell asleep. It was fab. Went to watch the rest and it's set to private. Oh, because I've got a telling off, Barbara. That's what I've had to set it to private before I got my channel booted. I think somebody's flagged it up because one of the panel guests came up and was a bit tiddly and was using some pretty naughty swear words, which, yeah, the rest of us found them very funny and we were howling laughing, but it was blocked for 3 days, and then when I saw this, it had a triangle on it when I went in the creator studio, and I thought, rather than get my whole channel booted, I'll just make that private. But yeah, did you get as far as midnight? Oh, Sid. Oh, it's free to visit, but you can pay a few pounds for a headset. Yeah, do you know what, Raven? It was worse than when the Aussies get going because my friend's a Londoner. So she was on panel, Bedtime Clown and Voodoo Queen were on panel, and Tismy Denny. And I'll just give you a little sample of what happened. So my friend was drunk. I didn't realise this at the time, and I gave her the link and she came up, but she's never ever been, she doesn't even have a YouTube, and she'd never been on panel. I don't think she realised that not only would she be heard by the entire chat, but she would also be heard by the other people who were on panel. So I know, Cassie, so it was dreadful, wasn't it? So when as she came up, Tismy Denny said, "Hello, mate," because obviously they're from the same neck of the woods. And she went, thinking it was me, she goes, "All right, CUNT," and then lost connection. So Tismy Denny's howling laughing, and it just deteriorated from there when she got back up. Yeah, she kind of thought she was on the phone, Raven, and but she's really good at doing. Oh, thanks, Frida. It was funny though, wasn't it? It was funny. But yeah, she does loads of accents. So people were putting requests in chat and going, do a Boston accent, do an Alabama accent, do I can't remember all the ones she was doing, but yeah, she was just flying them off. It was great. Oh, she did a Geordie one. She did Southern Irish. She did Northern Irish for you, didn't she, Frida? She did a Belfast accent. Yeah, it was quite good fun. Yeah, they were really good. Oh, sorry about this. Dog, please. Yeah, they were really good, weren't they, Sid? So it was quite funny. Were you in till the end, Sid? Because I think we got off about 2:10 in the morning. Be quiet, Cooper. Come on, be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Sorry, we've got next door's son coming in, and he sounds like a herd of baby elephants coming down the little pathway at the side of the house. So the dog should know it's him by now. However, he still is doing full-on guard duty. She did do a good Geordie one, didn't she, Simples? I can't do that. Yeah, Cooper. Oh, Raven, don't say, oh, Cooper. Have you not heard about his shenanigans? That's happened in one of the lives as well. My dog decided to go we were calling it Humpgate. I was in the middle of a very serious conversation and suddenly he burped live on camera. Well, not even on camera, live on the microphone. So it was a mid-burp, mid-talk. He went, ugh. So everyone in chat is going, oh my God, we heard Cooper burp. And then he started humping the cushions. But he wasn't just humping them, he was going for it. So yeah, it was quite funny. And I ended up putting the camera on him so everybody could see the look on his face as he's giving it some with my soft furnishings. I timestamped that as well in case anybody wanted to just watch that segment of the live, because we just, yeah, the place fell to pieces. We couldn't concentrate, and all you can hear is Cooper shag happy on the sofa. So yeah, she was all right at the Belfast accent, Frida. Very talented, but very naughty. So I'm really sorry, Barbara, that I've had to make that private. I won't do it with any more of my lives though, because obviously, you know, we're pretty well behaved, aren't we, in here? I don't mind the occasional. Well, we all swear. I'm not prudish by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, I think if we'd have tried to beep out the C word she was coming out with, it would have, as somebody mentioned, I think, was it Lady Witch said, it would have just sounded like Morse code. I can't remember who said that last night, but yeah, that's what it would have been like. Oh, I'm glad you feel like that, Cassius. Yeah, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we do have our moments when everybody starts going, but what's Sid said? Frida, they were all good. Like she said, if you're from the place she's doing, you can tell, but brilliant nonetheless. Yeah. I mean, they all sounded great to me. She was making me laugh though when she was just telling Voodoo Queen, just say anything. Just talk. Just talk. I love your accent, just talk. Sorry, there'll be a little bit of clattering here while I sort out my cup of coffee. So I apologise for any background noise. Oh, so yeah, well, I've said I'll get her up again. Although apparently the other thing she did as well was, which I didn't realise till Sharon mentioned it last night, was that she also doxed me. I didn't even hear her do that, but apparently she tells everybody where I live and my real name, which is fine. I don't mind that. But yeah, everybody now knows my real name and where I live. Thank you, Uncle P. You tit. I'll forgive her because she's a good friend. There we go. Cup of tea made. Cup of coffee, I mean. Right. Oh, bear with me 1 second because I'm just going to have a little look, another little look in the book, because I'm quite interested now in what they did for entertainment. Does anybody mind if I know I'm going to do this as a chapter, but I'm quite interested. So if nobody minds, I'm just going to, let's call it a microwave in Welsh is potty pick. Oh, have you ever asked your Alexa? If you've got an Amazon Alexa, ask it to translate 100 in Welsh. When I got my Alexa, somebody told me to do that and I couldn't stop laughing. Yeah, give it an ask. I'll wait. How funny is that, Cassius? I'll not give it away till you've done it, Sid. I'm sorry. I'm so childish, Anna. Well, you know, we were on that topic anyway, thanks to my friends, so why not? Although, Sid, you should know that. Am I your spirit animal? What's that, an arsehole? What's your spirit animal, Net Raven? It's an arsehole. It was Uncle P's favourite word, Sid. I thought you would have known that, seeing as how you live in the wilds over there. Oh, I was doing all sorts of stupid things when I got my Alexa. Somebody in work told me to try that one. And then they were saying, ask Alexa, where is Chuck Norris? And it depends on what day it is. They give you a different answer. But usually it's if Chuck Norris wanted you to know where he is, he'd tell you. I love the Welsh accent. It's like singy-like to me. Is that why you have so many good singers in Wales? Love the Scottish accent as well. Lady Witch, now Raven doesn't have to stick with the Australian phrases. Oh, you remembered as soon as you heard it. You'd think they'd change it, wouldn't you, given how times have changed now? But I suppose it's like that road that we were talking about the other day in London, you know, the Grope CUNT lane, which is a genuine lane, or was, because although it kind of meant the same thing, it wasn't seen as a disgusting word. It was just an everyday term. Same as the F word, Anglo-Saxon. Wasn't a swear word. It just meant you didn't care. But now it's become a bad word as time has gone on for whatever reason. But yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm going up. I can't do a Welsh accent. I end up sounding Indian. Yeah, I'm like that. I just don't bother. Oh, hi, welcome back, Green Eyes. I'm back. Raven is well versed in our Aussie language. Well, there you go, Green Eyes. If you've got an Alexa, you go and have a do with that one as well. Ask her and say, Alexa, translate 100 in Welsh. 100 in Welsh is cant. Oh, mine's just done it. My Alexa heard me in the kitchen. Frida, and I've done it to Cassius. The most hilarious thing is to get a Scotsman to say purple burglar. Yeah. Oh, right. Well, hang on then. Green eyes, just for you. I'll get my Alexa to do it. Okay. Let me know if you can hear it okay. Alexa, translate 100 in Welsh.
100 in Welsh is cant.
Did you get that? The other funny one apparently is if you get an American to say, oh, hang on, what is it now? Yeah, space grills. And that is apparently supposed to sound like a Scotsman saying Spice Girls. So Space Grills. Sorry about that for anybody who's offended. Did yours do it as well, Cassius? I'm sorry, guys. Stop your barking. No, stop. Sorry, the dog's off one. Stop it. Right, I'll get back to what I was going to do. Stop it. Stop, Cooper. I'd just gone, before I got sidetracked with the Welsh version of 100. I was just going to the little chapter in this about sports and entertainment. And let's have a look. Although the Vikings were savage in battle, they were subdued when it came to entertainment. They enjoyed it to the utmost in their own inimitable way, as it was inherent to their lifestyle and culture. They conquered and partied and were loud in disposition, and they enjoyed their beverages, they sang loudly, and they danced to music that was still in line with their robust and aggressive nature. Basically, I bet it was like being in a mosh pit. I've just got visions of Vikings throwing bottles of piss round and moshing. I don't know why. Their physical appearance attracted the fairer sex of those they conquered, whilst antagonising the men, which brought about conflicts in most places of entertainment that they attended. So, yeah, that sounds like a lot of... that actually sounds like a group of squaddies going on a night out, doesn't it? They were sometimes a law unto themselves when they were entertained, which left much to be desired in their general behaviour, even though they saw nothing wrong with it. That sounds like a family reunion to me. Yeah, do you know what? It sounds like a flipping family wake to me. They drank intoxicating beverages from large mugs that were as large as a man's head. Now, that just sounds like a good night out. They kept long, unkempt beards and moustaches to protect a tough, manly image. They mastered the art of playing music using harps, lutes, lyres, and fiddles, amongst other instruments such as large drums and other musical paraphernalia. They also enjoyed gambling and played board games, of which there have been several archaeological finds. Yeah, there was something that was similar to, I can never remember, it's got a funny name. I can't remember the flipping name of it. I'm gonna go completely off the rails. It's something like Hopfkartoffel or something like that. Anyway, I know that's not what it's called, but it's like a war game. It's a strategy game, a bit like a cross between drafts and chess, and probably, I don't know. But anyway, it's Cassie's Kiss. I remember in the film where he offers maybe a drink and refuses, but it was made of honey. Yeah, mead. Yeah, you can. Yeah, because that's it, isn't it? Muslims, they weren't allowed to drink anything made from the grape or the grain, and they were laughing, saying, "Well, it's made out of honey, so crack on." The games that they played were not specific to any segment in their hierarchy, but were spread throughout their society, giving the impression that they did not really have a close segmented community, but rather a more cohesive relationship across their social structure. Several board games and respective pieces have been unearthed in areas throughout Europe. Some board games similar to chess with black and white boards show that some of their influence exists in the modern world of games as well. However, we do not have substantial evidence to decide if they borrowed these games from elsewhere or invented them themselves. So yeah, oh, and they're also saying about feasts and festivals. I think mainly their entertainment involved getting drunk, having a scrap, dancing round and moshing, cracking a few heads, doing a bit of the old pillaging, and running off with the locals' missuses. Yeah, Cassie's, going to ask if it was a mix of a couple of games. That's what it kind of sounds like. And you can buy this particular this game because this one game I'm referring to, and I can't remember the name of it, but that carried on, into modern times, really, although it is a medieval or a Dark Ages game. So they still know how to play that one. But yeah, I think there were some gaming pieces found on, I think, Cassie, you may know this, was it Lewis? I think they found those on the island. The kind of like Viking, they look like chess pieces and the little figurines, so that of the different gods, and they were quite famous. But I think they're called the Lewis chess pieces. I might be wrong, but if anyone wants to look that up, you can do. What is mead made out of? I've heard of it. Is it a type of beer? No, it's it's more of a liqueur, Frida. Not quite as strong as a liqueur. Well, it depends how strong you want to make it. But it's made from honey and yeast. I make my own mead. Well, I've not made any this year, but I usually make my own mead. But I make it their way, which isn't by using packet yeast. I use it with the fruits that I put in. So, some of the fruits have the natural yeast already on the skins and whatnot. So that's how I tend to do it. And you add a bit of sugar as well. And yeah, it just ferments up, but it's really nice. I love mead. There's a company that is near Bolton, and they are making all these different brands or different types of Viking meads. As Cassie's, but I was thinking, Frida, I thought it must be sickly. Is it? Because I don't find it. You can get it's different strengths and different sweetnesses. You can get some very dry mead. The Lindisfarne, they make mead as well, and that's a little bit too dry for my taste. But this company that's near Bolton, and they make all these different Viking meads, they do one that they use with molasses, and it's actually called Loki's mead. So it's made in honor of the god Loki, and that's it's very dark. It's black because usually it's quite a golden color, but because they've used molasses in it, it's really, really nice. Lady Witch, the only thing I've made is limoncello. That's really easy to make, isn't it? I watched a thing on that on YouTube, so I thought I wouldn't mind making it. So yeah, it all depends on the amount of honey and the amount of sugar and what else you get. Yeah, that's right, Lady Witch. The longer you process it, the stronger it gets. And the other thing as well, I don't know if it was just me, because if in the past, if I ever drank, I always getting bad hangovers, always. But if I never ever got never got so much as a hangover off good single malt or mead for some reason. Now, whether that was DNA related, I don't know. But yeah, I've never had a bad head from single malt. Different matter if you get hold of if you were to pour a blended whiskey down my throat, because no, those hangovers are not great. Yeah, it is very easy to make, isn't it, Frida? And I saw the same guy, it's Joe something, it's an Italian name, and he showed how to make limoncello. Excuse me. And then he showed how to make limoncello cream. So half of what he made, half of what he made, he just put down as normal limoncello that we know. And the other half he added cream, and I think that might have been condensed milk he added to it, but that looked really nice. It looked like it would be more of a Bailey's consistency with that lemon taste to it. Yeah, I like making all my own alcohol to give away as gifts. I've got some slow gin. Well, sorry, it's not a gin, it's slow vodka going at the moment. I suppose if you like honey, you would like mead. Yeah. Oh, which you're going to look into, Cass, is the mead or the limoncello? Because they're both really easy to make. I mean, with the mead, you just need a demijohn. Demijohn and a bung. And a buttload of honey. So, yeah. Yeah, the meat, yeah. And it's really tasty. And like I said, you just make it to your own taste. You know, once it's finished fermenting, have a taste of it. If it tastes a bit bitter, you can add a bit more honey. You can like ferment it, you know, double ferment it, go back through the whole thing again. Add a bit more sugar. I like it sickly sweet. I do like it like that. But a lot of the mead you can buy is quite on the dry side. So it depends what your palate prefers. Just seeing if I've missed anything. Sorry, guys. Right, so God, here's me again. Look what I've done again. I was going to pop on for an hour. That didn't go the way I planned, did it? Yeah, and the thing is, Cass, is I got I've been given different recipes for mead, and I have tried them all, and one of them it's kind of making it the medieval way. So again, like I said, I made it without using packet yeast. That's the easier way to do it, and I think you would probably get stronger brew out of that as well. But I kind of did it the traditional way for one of the times I made it, and it did turn out all right. So if I think on what I'll do is I'll get some links together for you, so that the next time when we do the Viking live and we do, you know, I'll put them in the chat for you, and then you've got the links there to follow. So yeah, very, very easy stuff to make and very, very worth drinking. And you can pretend you're on the cast of 13th Warrior. Yeah, as Lady Witch said, easy as can be. That's it. You just put it all in, shake it all up and forget about it, don't you? Just keep watching that it doesn't fizz over. And I bet Lady Witch will have a couple of good recipes as well, because you can just tweak them. Because my next thing, I want to try and make a version of that Loki mead that they make at the Viking distillery, but I want to make it sweeter. Let me go back. What have I missed? The term honeymoon comes from the newlyweds drinking mead to help Yes, that's right, Sid. That's right, because it was a whole month, wasn't it, that they had to, they were in isolation and they drank the honey, and it was a whole fertility thing. Yeah. My friend used to make her own wine. It would blow your head off. I always, when I tried to make wine, Frida, I used to just mess it up. I even tried, oh God, this was a nightmare. When we had the farm, we had an outbuilding, and me and Dale, who was my ex at the time, we had a load of, on the farm, it was our first year there, and on the farm there were a load of elderberry trees. Oh gosh, done it again with my phone. I'm so sorry. I always forget to turn this damn volume off. So we decided to try and make elderflower champagne because someone had mentioned it and they told me about it. So we made elderflower champagne. And we put it in the bottle. We were saving bottles up, and we put it in bottles, and we put it in this outbuilding, which was at the front. There was kind of a courtyard at the front of the farmhouse, and it was just off to the side. And it had like an old knackered roof on it. You know, nothing was in it. And we just stacked all these bottles up. Well, one night, we literally thought we were coming under attack. Just these almighty bangs, and it was really, I was really scared, to be honest. So we'd both gone running downstairs, and you know, in complete panic, and what the hell's going on? And it was the bottles were exploding, because what I didn't realize was that if you're making elderflower champagne, you have to put it in a bottle that will take the pressure. So, you know, champagne bottles, Prosecco bottles, and things like that. So if you ever plan on making elderflower champagne, guys, please, please, please get proper bottles. Don't stick it in any old wine bottle or pop bottle, because we had holes blown in window. Well, not only of the shed, not of the house. There was one of the bottles went through the knackered roof, because the beams were rotting in one part of it. So yeah, it was a bit of a mess, all for the sake of not knowing what we were doing properly. Yeah, it is a really interesting fact, that one, isn't it, Frida? Yeah, honeymoon. So it was like for the span of the moon, the whole month. But I forget which. No, I can't remember. I think the Vikings might have done that, but I'm sure, was that an Anglo-Saxon or a Celtic one said? For some reason, I'm thinking it was an Anglo-Saxon tradition. But you probably know more than me on that one, so I will wait for your greater knowledge on it. Oh, this has been a really nice little chat tonight, hasn't it? Just nattering about the Vikings and the way forward. Yeah, Anglo-Saxon. Yeah, that's ringing a bell with me, but I wasn't sure. I didn't know if it might have been a Celtic thing. But yeah, the old mead, and isn't it good for arthritis as well, honey? I'm sure somebody's told me that. I know it's good for all sorts of things, you know, stomach ulcers, and cause it's very healing, honey, isn't it? But yeah, I can't see anything wrong with spending an entire month getting whammered off mead. Oh, thank you, Raven. Yeah, in fact, it might have been you that mentioned it in one of Bam's, because I seem to think it might have been in one of Bam's lives that somebody mentioned about the honey properties. Yeah, honey is wonderful for that. It has. I have a wee bit to listen back to. Oh yeah, I know. I just like, you know, I was thinking about it exploding. Yeah, it's just nice having a bit of a kickback sometimes, isn't it? And just chatting about normal things. I like honey in my coffee instead of sugar. Oh, do you, Sid? I've never thought of that. What else am I missing? Oh gosh, sorry. I've just hit somebody's comment by accident, so I've pinned it. Oh, it's Cassius's. Sorry, lovey, I didn't mean to do that then. I always forget that I can ping comments. Well, there you go. You got pinned by accident, but there you are. I like honey on my spoon. Did you end up going through the condensed milk last night, Raven? I finished the whole tin. After I got off the live, I sat there and I got a big spoon. I didn't stick to my teaspoon, and I finished the whole lot. I might try a spoonful of honey. And I'm really thick, aren't I, Cassius? Oh, so you didn't, right? No, I didn't think you would. I didn't think you would. It was just me then, just me and the condensed milk. Sticky milk on a spoon. But after saying that, I started thinking about, you know, when I said about my nan with the good, healthy working class Irish breakfast, which was a piece of toast with sticky milk on it. And I sat here thinking, I really wished I hadn't eaten all that, because I would have got a piece of bread this morning for my breakfast and put sticky milk on it. Oh, the caramel condensed milk. Oh, I've seen it, but I've never tried it. It's lush and better for you than sugar. I might have a try of that, Sid. Yeah, thanks for that little tip. But I think now I'm going to have to try caramel condensed milk, like Raven's just mentioned, because I've never tried that. Yes, honey on toast. And that's something else my nan used to do as well, a honey butty. Yeah, it sounds really good, Raven. It probably sounds so good that I'd end up putting a stone on it if I ever cracked into a tin of it. So maybe it's something I might have to avoid. It's taken me that long to get back into my size 8s. I don't really want to go busting out of them again. And I don't think Mr. Sexy would thank you for that one either. If I get a little bit of timber on, I'll blame you and say, she told me to try that caramel flavoured condensed milk. It's not my fault. They made me do it. Oh, Lady Witch, don't. Caramelised condensed milk. No, you too. Oh. Although you can caramelise it yourself, can't you? You just pop the normal condensed milk into a tin of boiling water and boil it up, and it will caramelise itself. A stone, there may be a stone involved. Now, Frida, yes, I've done that, honey and hot whiskey with a cold. But my nan's thing, it wasn't in water. She used to do hot milk. So she'd boil the milk up, and then she'd put a shot of whiskey in it and a big tablespoon of honey, and it cured everything. Even when it didn't, it made you feel so much better. So I used to lie as a child and say I thought I was getting a cold. She wouldn't put us a lot of whiskey in as a kid, but yeah. Oh, you've never tried it either, have you, Green Eyes? Raven, damn it, now I have to get the can out. Some whiskey and honey. Yeah, go for it, go for it. Caramelised condensed milk sounds lovely. It does, Cassius, and I have seen it in Asda on the shelf, caramel condensed milk, but I've only ever known about having to boil it up, you know, when you're wanting to make caramel, and putting the tin in hot water and letting the water boil, and that will then turn and caramelise the normal plain condensed milk, if you want to be cheap. Oh, yeah, Raven, you've just said what I've just said. Yeah, Green Eyes, so good. Boil a can of normal and you get that. Yeah, have a go at it, Green Eyes. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what the I think that's what I saw on the tin, actually, Frida, was a banoffee pie recipe. It turns into caramel sauce and so creamy. Yeah, I'm cheap. I will do that. Yeah. I did it one time when I was serving up sticky toffee pudding, and I thought I'd bought some sticky toffee sauce, but I hadn't. And that's how I discovered about making that. Oh, hi, Pork Chop. What have you put? What have I missed? Sorry, this is going on longer than I thought. Not a lot. We've been talking about different Viking things, little facts that we didn't know, and we've decided that we're going to start the lives on Tuesday. So at the moment, we're just talking about cheesecake and caramelized condensed milk. Oh yeah, Raven said pork chop, talking about eating everything now. So yeah, we've just been discussing the format of these Viking lives. We've gone through some of the games. Food, my favourite thing. Well, that's got to be your favourite thing with a name like Pork Chop. How's your other thing going that you said you were helping your friend with? Was it what did you say it was? I imagine, did you say it was a stream or something? If that's going okay. Even your name, I like pork chop, says Raven. I know. Well, I should change. If I'm being your spirit animal, though, Raven, it's like pulling teeth. Oh, pork chop, that's such a shame. You want to get your friend to just come in here and talk all things Viking. What's Sid said? And as usual, we're talking food. It's Smut next. Oh, no. Now, oh, no, it might do because Green Eyes is here, isn't she? I was going to say Denny's not here, though. No, it does, Raven. He's not even joking. Sid can back me up, as can Lady Witch and Green Eyes and Frida and Pork Chop has even been in. Yeah, and Cooper humping pillows. Yeah, it's it usually deteriorates round about this point in the live. Normally, when I say right, I'm going to log off now, I end up doing another hour and things just go downhill at a rapid rate of knots. So I'm going to actually look. I know that I've got photographs. You know what I mentioned a little earlier in Ragnarr in the churchyard. I think it's, oh God, what's it called? Something Kirk. I can't remember the name of the little tiny village where they've got that stone that's Christian one side and it's Viking runes carved on the other. And I have got photographs of it. So I'll try and dig those out and then I can, I can show them. You could maybe see if there's some way that I can post them up on here. Frida said, yay, dirty food. Is that like food porn? Cooper, stop now. I think he's heard his name being mentioned. Oh, soup crackers, salty. Oh, do you know, I keep hearing about these. Oh, sorry about the dog. Stop. 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 Stop it. Oh, you've seen it as well, have you? It's not far. We were staying at a place called Leswalt, just outside of Ragnarr, Cassius. And it is, oh, God, my brain is just going blank at the moment. Where the ferries go out for, to go over to Ireland. I'm trying to think the name of the port and I can't think. Well, it's a tiny little village there, and it's called Kirk something or other. And anyway, that's where it is, and it's there in the graveyard, right at the side of the church. It's so good, Kiss. Well worth a try. Use them instead and do it the same way, but don't powder them, leave them a little larger. Oh, right. Good tips here. I'm liking all these tips. Tomorrow, guess what I'm making? God, we've gone from Vikings to food, which is all good. You remember I was saying that I was defrosting the meat and I was going to be making a Thai green curry tomorrow. Well, I've now decided I'm going to do one better. I'm going to make not only am I making Thai green curry, but I'm going to put it in a Scotch pie. So I'm going to do a Thai green curry pie. And I'm also going to make a steak and Stilton pie. Yeah, it's just hearing. The problem is Simples at this time of year. We've got, I think what's bugging them is the owls. We've got owls outside that are hooting. They always start round about midnight. And they're either on the trees at the top of the road or they're on people's roofs or on the clock tower. So I think that's what, because I could just hear the sound of the owls coming down my chimney. And these old houses, sound travels in them. You can hear next door when they fart. The very thin walls, considering they're old cottages, the walls are quite thin. So I think it was possibly an owl that was making him bark. Oh, Atlantic Beach pie on the site. Food 52, amazing pie. Oh, thank you, Raven. I'll look that up. Thank you. So, yeah, so I am making Thai green curry pie tomorrow We'll see what it turns out like. Just looked it up. Yeah, it's the same. But what a salt. Yeah, the saltine crackers are something I keep seeing, Frida, because we don't have those over here. Bill Smith's Atlantic Beach Pie recipe. Like, right, I'm going to sound thick, Raven, but I don't know what soup crackers are. Do you mean like Jacob's crackers that you put cheese on? It's probably I'm making turkey pot pie tomorrow, and that's it for the Christmas leftovers. I've got loads, Lady Witch. I've got loads. So there's a huge bag. Oh, Ritz crackers. Oh, okay. Thanks, Green Eyes. Thank you. I wasn't sure because obviously we don't have like graham crackers and saltine crackers or whatever. I wondered if it was something similar to water biscuits. I'm really sorry about keep having to clear my throat, guys. It's because of this this vape. Yeah, I just asked the same thing, Frida. Is it like cream crackers? So yeah, I've got, as Lady Witch is saying, that's you over and done with. So I've got all of this, all these leftovers. So I'm making pies, and then I'm thinking, I don't know what else. I might make a soup or a stew. I'll see what I feel like after that, but definitely it's going to be pie day tomorrow. Premium plus crackers, square and salted. Okay. Don't let Bam know you're vaping. She hates them. Oh, does she? Is there any reason, Sid, or is it just a dislike? They're in a red box. Then you'll have the right pick of what they look like in the pick. Then find one that looks like what you get over in your countries. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, it'll be. We'll have something, won't we? It'll just be called something completely different. Yeah, it makes it even better. Oh, the slurping noise. Sorry. Well, I'm having to. I'm sorry about the slurping noise, but I'm having to drag the shit out of this thing. This is why I'm starting to make things, because today I was finding it. Yeah, well, this morning, this was the weird thing, because obviously I kept some tobacco. As I mentioned yesterday, it's my crutch. And I got up and I was half asleep, and I just went straight to the cupboard, as I would normally have done, and reached up and I got the tobacco out, and the kettle's boiling. Totally overlooked the fact that the vape is lying on the counter right in front of me. Kettle's boiling, and got the tobacco packet out, and then I opened it and I got the paper and I got a filter, and then I was like, shit bags, what am I doing? So I put them away and put it back in the cupboard, but I very nearly did roll a fag, and I probably would have lit it. If I hadn't clocked on, I probably would have lit it. Oh, you're on strawberry cheesecake. Is it nice, Sid? I'm on ice mint, and then ice black currant is the next one, because Mr. Sexy bought these for me. So Barbara, what channel is Viking? Oh, it's on Prime, Amazon Prime, Barbara. And if you've got Netflix, you can watch The Last Kingdom on there. And also the follow-up to the series of Vikings, which is going to be called Viking Valhalla. That's going to be on Netflix for some reason. It's not going to be on Amazon Prime. But yeah, the Viking series is on Amazon Prime. Oh, you don't like the menthol? Well, the thing is, Sid, I've always smoked with menthol filters. You know, before I went on to smoking roll-ups, I used to smoke menthol cigarettes. So I like that minty taste. So so he was saying, well, if I have the minty one, because obviously I'm used to that, and then with the blackcurrant one, because it's nicer on your palate, and then have a go with that, and then go back onto the mint one. So that's what I'm going to try and get. Raven, I get you. I don't vape, but I've always said we'll ring we'll ring out whether they were good for people or not in a few years. Oh well, actually, Raven, they're illegal here now. They've stopped. It's crazy because they were saying that they were the ones more likely to get kids into smoking. So they've banned menthol cigarettes, but you are allowed to buy normal cigarettes and then get a menthol thing that you stick into the into the cigarette filter that gives you the menthol flavour anyway. I don't get it, but they haven't banned menthol roll-up filters, so I was always all right. Yeah, I must admit, Cassius, when people started vaping a lot, excuse me, I was thinking, oh God, what's this going to do? Especially when you see doctors' surgeries have signs up saying we do not condone the use of vapes. So I was just asking because I have no idea. I don't vape, but I smoke. So I was thinking if it's better, then maybe I should switch. Well, that's why I've done it, Raven, and Helen Happy Thoughts does it. And is it Lady Witch? You vape, don't you, as well, I think? And Sheila vapes, and Frida Raven. Look them up. They are not cheap. We'll look more into it for cheaper alternative in the UK. Oh, those crackers. Yeah, Raven, that sounds similar to what they're doing over here. You can make them. Oh, it's not Lady Witch. Right, sorry, lovey. I can't remember who it was. But someone said they'd been vaping for 10 years. God, I'm getting a brain fart. Or it could have been Simples or... But anyway, there were quite a lot of people in chat the other night saying that they were all vaping now. So I didn't feel quite so alone. Just reading back. Look, the mother not... just wanted you to be able to see what they look like. Then you can find something like it there. Yeah, obviously I can't look at the moment because if I do, I'm going to knock myself off my stream, as I keep doing. I choke every time I've tried, so I don't. Well, actually, Raven, that's what I did the first time. When I tried it the first day, he bought this for me, and I coughed my guts. I was like, oh God, I couldn't be doing that. But what I found is I don't drag deeply on it. I just kind of take a little puff. So I'm getting the little bit of nicotine, and I still blow it out like smoke. It's just that obviously I am coughing today, but again, if I'd have just packed in smoking without vaping, I would have got the cough. I might have COVID, you never know. Not that I know, I'm only joking. Said it's loads better than smoking. My chest is so much clearer after a couple of months. It's a lot of benefits, but they're new. It's better, I believe, for you than the toxins in cigs. I had a vape, but it's just been laziness on my part not keeping it up. Gets a wee bit to get used to. Are you pushing me to look? Yeah, look mine out. Yeah, you should do, I mean, but again, it's only when you feel like it. Because I've been saying this for years, I'm going to pack in, I'm going to pack in, I'm going to pack in, and I haven't. And all the threats of life-threatening illnesses and diseases and ailments never pushed me into doing it. Okay, a lot around me vape. Looks interesting too in our cold. Thick vapour as it is, but in this cold even more so. Do you know what I'm going to tell you? I have noticed. I'll do it and see if you guys notice. Because, like if you have a ciggy and you can talk, so you've breathed in the smoke, and before and during you breathing out, you're still talking. With this, it feels thicker. And it sounds different to me when I'm talking with a mouthful of the vape smoke that I'm blowing out. So I'm just going to do it and see if you guys notice any difference. Right, so this is me now talking with a mouthful of the vape, and I don't know if it's made me sound any different. If you can let me know if anybody noticed that. Barbara Connerty was listening to the part when your friend came on, then fell asleep. That's not a bad thing, Barbara, because she got very sweary because she'd had a few drinks. So I wouldn't want to anyone to have been offended. Raven, I'm going to try it next time I have family round. Raven, to me it does, yes. When I vaped, it was the same feeling after I ate, if you know what I mean. But I'm a smoker, so I can pick that up, but maybe non-smokers can't. Yeah, it just feels like, yeah, Sidson, yeah, it does, and it feels weird in your throat. It's just that talking thing. It's thicker, isn't it? It's like a thick smoke if you try to talk with it. Used to put a few cigs away like you kiss for a crutch. Yeah, so well, it's only probably I'd say maybe 5 ciggies worth of tobacco in the pouch in the cupboard. I mean, there's loads of cigarette papers, there's loads of menthol filters, but there's probably enough for 5. And if I know, and I did say to my boyfriend before that they're just going to stay there, and I know if they're there, I can have one, which will make me not want one. If they weren't there, then I would probably start pegging out for something and then go and buy one. Oh, so you can hear the smoke leaving when I talk, right, Raven? I mean, what I should really be doing is taking a puff and breathing and then talk. So Raven, when I quit, if I didn't have any in the house, I panicked and failed. Yeah, that's it exactly. So that's why I didn't do, you know, when people say, right, 1st of January, and throw all your ciggies out and do this, that, and the other, and I didn't. So that's why I left those there. And then Helen Happy Thoughts said last night that when she packed in smoking, I'm sure she said she's been on a vape for about 7 years or so. But she said when she packed in smoking, her last packet of cigarettes, there were 8 left in it. And she said, so she put them in a drawer and they were her crutch, but she said she threw them away after a month. Yeah, it just is very subtle. I doubt most can tell. Maybe smokers can, as we know what it sounds like. Yeah, it just feels totally different to normal smoke, which obviously it is. It isn't smoke, is it? It's more like steam. Cassie, you can get different strengths and some make more smoke than others. It's getting the right one for you. I like the strawberry and kiwi. Well, mine, I think, let me just check. It might be on the box. Sorry, me trying to check. Dum, dum, dum. Oh gosh, I can't see what strength it is. I'm sure mine was a 1, and I think Mr. Sexy's on something like a 1.8 or something like that. Because he was going to get the stronger one for me, but obviously, you know, if I ever have cigarettes, I roll them very thin and have a filter in them as well. So I'm glad this strength seems to be just about right. Well, especially for me at the moment while I'm pegging out on cigarettes. Yeah, get past the first 14 days and then you can get rid of them. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Raven. My son turns his up or down for the concentration. Oh, I can't turn this one up or down. But it's just like a little, you know, I mean, they're not cheap to buy. I didn't buy this. He bought it for me. I think it was about 20 quid or something. And it actually looks, it's long. I didn't want a big clumpy thing. It actually looks very similar to a Fire Stick, an Amazon Fire Stick, but a little bit longer. So that's what mine looks like, and it's lightweight. But yeah, it's not bad at all. Raymond, I still cough at the lowest setting, and I can't look tough smelling like a muffin. I need all the help I can get at my height. Oh, bless you. Raymond, I know that may sound nuts, the strawberry and kiwi, but I couldn't smoke the tobacco one. It was far too strong, and the taste of them is good. Well, I'm hoping, Cassius, that, you know, if this is a 1, and then the next one will go down, like, I think they go down in increments of 2, I think. I'll wait till, if somebody comes on who knows more about vaping, they can tell me. But then if it's increments of 2, excuse me, then I'll go down to like a 0.8, and then a 0.6, and then a 0.4. So do it that way until I can eventually wean myself off. I think mine's was about 50 quid. It's a bit big. Yeah, well, my other half's one is quite a big, square, chunky thing. You know, it's got, his has got an electronic face on it, and it shows you how, you know, the percentage of what you've got left. I don't know whether that's the battery or charge, or whether it's the vape fluid that's in it. But I didn't want something that clunky. I wanted something that was lightweight and that would be more cigarette-ish or cigarette-esque. But yeah, this one looks very much like an Amazon Fire Stick. That's good. 0.2, 0.6, 1.2. Frida Batsa. That taste, I know that taste, American cigarette taste. Sorry, Kiss, that's the strengths. 0.2. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, this one's a 1, I believe, at the moment. Oh, yeah, so a vape pen. Right, okay. Yeah, but you know, I'll tell you what I have noticed though. Oh, sorry, I'll just read Sid's first. The one I use is a bit clumpy, but it's variable. It's a smock 42 quid on Amazon. Yeah, I don't know what make his is. I'll have to ask and find out. But I'll tell you what I have noticed in the last, like, probably from about lunchtime today. But again, I don't know if it's the e-cig or it's me coming off the fags, but I've got a bit of an underlying headache. Oh, the big ones you called, rigs, okay. No, it doesn't, Cassius, it doesn't crackle at all. In fact, bear with me a second, I'll get the box and I'll tell you exactly what it is, what model and make. Right, it's actually called a scope, which is SKOPE, AIR. Scope Air. And the guy in the shop had said this was ideal for beginners. So, yeah, so that's what I've got. And it's really easy as well. You know, I didn't want something difficult, so it's really easy to fill it up and to charge it. Pens are quiet. Oh, Frida's, mine can be adjusted to different strengths, but I have 3. Always have 2 charged up just in case. Yeah. Oh, well, you didn't hear me, did you, when I was on the live and mine went flat? I went into a meltdown. I was like, oh my God, it's gone flat. What am I going to do? Then I started thinking about the tobacco in the cupboard. I plugged it in to charge it, and it was back on full charge in no time, and I haven't had to charge it since. So I think it was within probably 5 minutes. It was back on a full charge. That was 24 hours ago, and I've been sucking on this like a cheap hooker. There was another creator that vaped. The gurgly one drove me nuts. I don't. Oh, do you know what? I can't even think now because it's just kind of I've become used to the sound of it. I don't know if his gurgles or crackles or what. I think it's a bit louder than mine, but I've just got used to the sound of it, so I've not really paid much attention. I'll have to make a note of that. Frida, how my auntie does that. I wondered why she had to. Treble crutching there, treble crutching. If it's a big one, it probably does. Yeah, it's like palm of the hand size square, and then the bit that you suck on comes out at an angle. So, good grief, Green Eyes, you're on a mission, you tonight, love. Cooking, freezing, ironing. You'll be baking bread next. It's cheap. I can see your one on the phone. Mine's is old. The one you've got looks way up to date. Yeah, I only got it about 3 weeks ago. I think he bought it for me, just to get me ready for the build up to New Year. But yeah, it's really easy. It's very, very light, and it's so easy to turn on and off, to charge it, to fill it up. It's great, great guns. Might have to get one. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they do. I presume they would do these over near you, these Scope Air ones, Raven. But all I would say is, if you cough and choke on it like I did, don't suck on it too hard. You know, I kind of do like a baby suck on it, and at first you think you've not got any, you know, you've not taken anything in your lungs, but I just won't cough outside. Do it inside. Yeah. Let's see, have I got everybody's comments? Yeah, I think I have. So not like a cheap hooker, that no. Green Eyes, sucking too hard gets you nowhere, love. I knew there'd be some comment made. I just knew it. Or you might have to have a go too. Well, you know, Green Eyes, you've got to be, like we said yesterday, wasn't it? You've got to be in the mood for it. If the mood takes you, go for it. Pork chop, I keep popping in at the best times. What, the cheap hooker times or the not sucking too hard times? I think it's when you first take that draw, it can catch your throat. I was laughing when you said that earlier, wasn't saying nothing. Oh, thank you, Cassius, love. Believe me, it's the best thing I've ever done. I had a terrible cough. I think I was on the verge of COPD. When I started vaping, my cough disappeared. Oh, that's good to know, Frida. Said, I don't know what a lady in waiting is. But the Queen's has just died days now. Oh, the Queen's. Oh, it's like a go-to, the one who does everything for, you know, the lady in waiting. I'm just wanting to say as well, Green Eyes, that you do realise that every single time that we hit the gutter, when it's you that's hitting the gutter, pork chop appears. So you're just kind of strengthening my argument when I said yesterday that, yeah, do you know what, Green Eyes? I had to read it twice. I thought Lizard died as well. Yeah, I made a comment yesterday because you weren't around and neither was Denny. And I said, you know, can I just point out, we haven't hit the gutter tonight. And it's just a coincidence that neither Green Eyes nor Denny happened to be in the chat. I said, I'm not apportioning blame. Just think about it. Well, what have you put? Pork chop must be your sidekick. Yes, Green Eyes. I think one of you is Yoda and one of you is the apprentice. I'm not going to decide who's who, though. See who gets worse. Green Eyes, pork chop's my wingman. Yes. You've got your own goose there. Yes, and you gave us all a scare there, thinking Lizzie had died. Did I get everything then? Yep. I think I did. Don't encourage her by laughing at her, Cassius, really. Oh, yeah. Well, having said that, though, so when are you going to go? You'll have to give me the heads up when you get down to Johnson Terrace, then, Cassius, when you're going to do your little film of my favourite butty shop. Pork chop. Ghost Rider, this is Maverick. Permission to buzz the tower. There you go, Green Eyes is in. The funny thing is, Pork Chop, I was trying to remember something, you know, some of the phrases out of Top Gun, and I just couldn't. So thank you. I could just remember there was Goose and Iceman and Maverick. But haha, love permission granted. Oh, Cassius, I was thinking of that today. I will do. Oh, thank you, Cassius. That would give me a real giggle. That because, like I said, it's a long time since I've been there in Edinburgh, so that would be great. Pork chop. I feel the need for speed. Love Top Gun. Watched it again Christmas. Oh, was it on Christmas Eve? Green Eyes. Well, we watched Django Unchained because I hadn't seen that before, and I mean, I did nod off once or twice, but I did get the majority of the film I got. I just kept nodding off for a couple of minutes here and there in the middle of it, but that was a good film. Raven says, pork chop, can you drop some pork chops on the flyby, please? Yeah, Raven, if you don't mind doing a quick run over to Canada, Raven is craving a bit of food. But knowing her, she will probably want pork chops dipped in caramelized condensed milk with a side order of cigarettes. I love that movie, although I don't like him since the couch episode. Oh, what's that, Raven? What couch and who? Cassius, I watched The Hangover 1, 2, and 3. It was hilarious. I love those films. Have you seen the outtakes on the first one? And there's that the weirdo brother-in-law, the little fat fella. I can't remember his name. And they're in the bedroom and they're throwing insults. And the guy with the glasses on, the dentist, looks at me and goes, and you look like a fat Sasquatch, a pregnant Sasquatch. Oh, God, I found that funnier than even the film. I wish they'd left that in. I said, wow, that's weird because I just watched Django again the other day. Yeah, well, I watched it for the first time on Christmas Eve. Oh, and your hubby loves it, does he, Green Eyes? I love that movie. Have you seen Very Bad Things? It's an older version of The Hangover. No, I've not seen that either. And Cassius is saying that. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah. Oh, the Chinese guy. Yeah. So long, motherfuckers. Maybe I should have that as my close down instead of kissing you all and saying, see you on the bright side. When Tom met Katie Holmes and jumped up on Oprah's couch. Oh, no, I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all. I'm a bit behind the times. Yeah, that Mr. What's his name? Is it Mr. Wu? What's his flipping name? I always got to call him Mr. Chan, but it's not. I've just watched the new Matrix film. It's so hard to follow. Oh, Sid. Mr. Sexy put the Matrix, the first one, because I'd never seen it. He was going to watch the latest one. And when I said I've not seen any of them, oh, Mr. Wang, thank you, Cassius. And when he heard I had, he realised I hadn't watched the first one at all. He put the first one on for me, but I fell asleep. I think he got a little bit cheesed off with me sleepiness and he stopped it. No, he wasn't cross. He was just, I was just very tired. Okay, Raven, see you in a little bit, lovey. I'm actually going to, I think tomorrow, in between me Bake Fest, I'm going to have a bit of a binge watch of that new Harlan Coben novel based series that's just come onto Netflix called Stay Close. I watched a couple of the clips of it today, and because it was filmed in the next village to me, so I can actually see the bits where I was telling you all that Cooper went into the middle of the film set while they were all there and had a shit. So I'm looking forward to watching that. I saw the new Spider-Man film. I know, but it was in 4K. It was brilliant. The one before that, the same 4K, was Venom. Oh, Venom is brilliant, Cassius. I love that film. I've watched The Matrix about 5 times, still don't get them. Yes, Cassius, I watched, well, I was there while they were filming it, but we didn't realise they were filming that. But yeah, it's what you'll see the bits where it looks like, I'm presuming there must be bodies buried. They're the ruins that are near me. Oh, pork chop's back. Okay, I'm done, so I can give you the remaining 10% of my concentration. I think you need to give it to Green Eye. She wants a wingman to bring the level of the chat down to 3rd-degree smut. Oh, have you, Frida? Did you see the ruins in it? There's like loads of trees around and things, and there's a bit of there's like a bit of a stony cart track. Well, that's where we walked down. Is that in a Joey voice, pork chop? Hey, Green Eyes, how you doing? How was that for a Joey voice? And if you want to catch her attention, put an @ just in front of her names exactly as it's typed, and it will then it'll highlight for Green Eyes in her chat. Always a Joey voice. Yeah, but I meant, how was my Joey voice? Oh, she's back. How you doing? Oh yeah. Oh, Frida, right. Oh, so then you'll have seen because I did a video, didn't I, with me and Cooper walking down to them. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Harley Quinn. Who's Harley Quinn? I've got no idea who Harley Quinn is, but obviously the men are going off on one now. They all did this last week, didn't they, on Nigella Lawson? I think you were in that as well, weren't you, Sid? They were just kind of like, I just had visions of men's faces going, ugh, while they were rubbing the legs. Oh, it's Leslie Chow. What did I call him? Oh, I called him Mr. Wu, didn't I, Cassius? Margot Robbie. I don't know who Margot Robbie is either. Who is Harley Quinn? It was nice knowing you. I really don't know. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes, I do know. Sorry. It's her with the blonde hair, isn't it? I just realised that. Sorry, I'm tired. What's Cassie's? But Harley Quinn, I watched her yesterday in the second Suicide Squad. Right, yeah, I realised just as Pork Chop typed that out, I realised who Harley Quinn was. Mr. Wang. No, you were thinking about his Wang, Cassius. Yep, Joker's girlfriend. She looked much better in Wolf of Wall Street. Well, actually, I think tonight the guys seem to be outnumbering the girls. Has anybody else noticed this strange phenomena going on in my chat? We've got 3 of them there, all on the old pervage of Harley Quinn. Oh, your iPad's at an angle. No, don't worry. I was waiting and walked into that one. Well, we were talking about the funny names, weren't we, the other night? It was like wang and schlong and dong, things that you don't hear anymore. Green eyes must be the only chat with large percentage of men. Yeah, it is quite unusual, isn't it? But do you know what? Probably because we don't really talk, as a whole, we don't tend to talk about female, oh God, I'm going to kind of gender slot us all now, but more female oriented discussion topics. We tend to be an all round type of, and especially if we're talking about warriors and battles and Vikings and so on, that's not a very feminine, a general feminine topic, is it? Yeah. I think as well, because a lot of the ladies in here, yeah, you're right, Sid. It's not a gossip channel. We don't do it. But if you think about it, there's Green Eyes, there's Tismy Denny, there's Raven, there's Lady Witch, there's myself, Sheila, Sharon, Frida. We have got quite raucous senses of humour, haven't we? So that doesn't sit well with a lot of the female-based channels. We fit in more around the guys. Because a lot of us, again, as it's been brought up already, a lot of us come from kind of military families as well, or we've got, if it's not fathers, brothers, husbands, boyfriends, whatever, are military. So I think we're kind of, yeah, we're a bit of an all-round lot. Port Chopper said, Margot Robbie to us is like Gerard Butler to you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, everybody knows my Gerard Butler thing. Ooh. Sorry, I'm just having a minute there. Attracting all the men. Yeah, for all the wrong reasons, though, Frida. Oh, and look, another one's come in. Bedtime. Sorry, just came in. We'll have to catch up. Was watching the Dallas Cowboys lose a winnable game. Well, actually, Bedtime, we were just saying, and you've now tipped the scales, the chat tonight is more male dominated. So feel free to go for male based topics while you've got the upper hand, because it won't last long. Did anybody else notice, as well, as Bedtime came in, a porn link came in straight after him? Not judging, not judging, not accusing, just saying. I know, Frida, that was perfect timing, wasn't it? So we've got Cassius, Bedtime, Pork Chop, Sid Vicious. Yeah, as Sid's saying there, Bedtime, the boys were just discussing Harley Quinn and Four at the end of it. And Margot Robbie. I know you didn't do it, Bedtime. Well, actually, you're not Bedtime Clown anymore, are you? You're Voodoo Clown or Bedtime Queen after yesterday. Yeah, Green Eyes, I thought the same thing. But, you know, we don't judge. We don't judge in here. So this is what it feels like to be outnumbered. I know it doesn't happen to us very often, Raven, does it? And welcome back. Cassius, she sure is. Yes, yeah. Yeah, well, that's what the boys have been doing, Raven, while you're out. You've been gone. It's talking about Harley Quinn. But yeah, I think it's the very first time I've ever seen more guys, other than on somewhere like RDA, because that's all guys, isn't it? And the women are outnumbered, but then women tend to kind of not go in there anyway. Ladies, I should say. But yeah, that's a mainly male channel. Oh, I took you as. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, you've been shoveling the snow. Can you not get a flamethrower, Raven? I mean, I nearly died when he said it was like minus 55. God, yeah. That's just unbelievably cold. What's the temps today, hon? If you see that video of the guy and he just comes out and he's somewhere like you know, Canada or you know, one of the very cold the very, very cold states. And he just comes out with this flamethrower and there's like 5 foot snow and it's just gone. His driveway's clear. Oh, good. Pork chops going for full-on man speak. See the game last night? Pass me a 3/8 wrench, please. Does that power drill have hammer function? That was a 3/8. Was that right? 3/8, or was it a 3-stroke 8? I don't know because I'm a woman, obviously. She is a proper hard worker, Sid Vicious. Cold as fuck. Is it cold as fuck in Texas now, bedtime clown? We'll get up to -4 for a few hours, but it's dropping again, and I'm at -18 now. Oh, Lord. Pork chop, got to make the most of the man time. Make the most, make the most. Pork chop. I can use all those tools. That's from Frida. You see, your man time is just going to get overtaken anyway. Yeah, you are, Raven, the whole Viking. Well, bedtime you've missed. We've had a bit of a chat about the Vikings. Oh, Porch, look at that. Do you remember the song I was singing to Bedtime Clown? And I think, was it in one of your own lives, I think? And you were chunnering away because you couldn't get on, and I said you sound like that song. And Pork Chops just put it in chat. You absolute psychic. Well, it's 40 below, and I don't give a fuck. Got a heater in my truck, and I'm off to the rodeo. I can't believe you've just posted. Were you in here that night, or was it in Bedtime Clowns? I cannot remember. Oh, more porn links. Get him, somebody, get him. Oh, no. Coldest day I ever went was -25, 30 in Norway. Yes, Sid, I have been in those temperatures. And I will tell you something else as well. The mentalists, who are my relatives, we went to stay up in the north of Norway, up in the mountains in a cabin. And it was beautiful. It was picturesque. It was, I really, really want to go there again. And it would just be nice, you know, it'd be nice as a couple. It was so nice. But I went with a load of my crazy relatives. And it was lovely. It was beautiful. There was the forest, there was fir trees, there was snow, there was the northern lights, and there was a damn pond that they cut a hole in, and the crazy bastards would go ice plunging in those temperatures. I mean, oh God. Sing it again, Kiss. Why are you laughing at my voice? Actually, I think Bedtime Clown should sing that one for us all, or Pork Chop even. Let's see where we've got. Drove the Atlantic Highway over the fjords. It's amazing, isn't it, Sid? Was that for a holiday? Right, I'll go again. I'll try it again. I hope I got the. Did I get the? Yeah, I hope I got the tune right. Well, it's 40 below, and I don't give a fuck. Got a heater in my truck, and I'm off to the rodeo. I just like I like the chorus on that one though. Piss me off, fucking jerk. Get on my nerves. Here comes Johnny with his pecker in his hand. He's a one-ball man, and he's off to the rodeo. Put up coldest I've ever had was -22 with 50-mile-per-hour winds in Bosnia. Whoa. Ice, 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 baby. There's a new Liam Neeson film about Frozen Red in Canada. Yes, I've seen that. I've not watched it. Polar swim, fuck that. Cassie's, do you know what? They're absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, we went to the Ice Hotel for New Year about 5 years ago. I would love that. And I tell you what else I want to do as well, Sid, is go to, have you seen the glass igloos that you can now go to up? I think, well, they have them all over the place, but I want to go up to Lapland. in one of the ice igloos, you know, so you can watch the northern lights. Wind chill came into effect for sure that night. God, I mean, what was the temperature feeling like with that kind of a wind chill at -22, Pork Chop? Because I bet that was feeling nearer to 50, wasn't it? Oh, thank you, Frida. Oh, what with the glass-topped igloos, green eyes? Estimated -50, yeah. You don't breathe in too deep. No, well, there was a guy who we saw, we were out hiking. Again, I've got some really good photographs of that. There was a frozen waterfall and all really beautiful area. And there was a guy that he was holidaying. I don't know from which country because we never spoke to him, but we definitely knew he absolutely was not Norwegian. And he just didn't have the clothing on for that weather. And you could all around his mouth, his mouth was icing up. So had a crystallized ice all over. We missed the northern lights because it was cloudy. Oh, that's a shame. Actually, though, Sid Vicious, there's if you sub to, or rather follow, there's a channel on Twitter called Aurora Watch, and that actually gives you the estimates of or the probability of the northern lights in our country. Well, in the British Isles anyway, and it'll give you the coordinates of where you might be likely to see them and where they would be likely to crop up. Frida, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I work all night and I work all day. I put on women's clothing and hang around in bars. I love Monty Python, as you all know. I also love subjecting you lot to my appalling singing. Yeah, no problem, Sid. Because I'm hoping if, because it's that time of year, isn't it? And especially if we're getting some very clear nights, the visibility, as it's going colder, there's more and more likelihood of the fairy dancers appearing up in Scotland anyway. Sorry, the Northern Lights, that's what we call them up the Highlands. So if I got, fair warning that they were coming, I'd just be like, right, come on, do you fancy a drive up? Let's just go and sit in the car and watch them. But I absolutely do want to go back to Norway for the Northern Lights. Norway or Finland, probably Norway. Yeah, well, actually, Sid, funnily enough, no. One of the places that they say is one of the best to get the best views of them as and when they appear is the North Yorkshire National Park, out on the Yorkshire moors, because there's absolutely no light pollution. I mean, there isn't any light pollution up in, in the Highlands as such. And also you've got the Lake District National Park. But I think because of its situation, the Yorkshire National Parks is apparently one of the best places if you can time it right. If you know that they're going to be around, head over that way. I mean, I have seen them up at my dad's. Not as impressive as in Norway. And I saw the Southern Lights when I was in Australia. So, Pork Chop, apparently Toronto is the ideal place for the Northern Lights if you can get there. Sorry, Tromso. I thought I read that as Toronto. Yeah. And it's like going to the outback here. The stars are just amazing. Yeah. Star watching and you know what? You can't beat you can keep your 5-star oh, I went back to check what I typed then. No, it's me. I didn't see it properly. I kind of looked and when you kind of auto read. So yeah, I went semi-dyslexic for a moment then. But yeah, I was just going to say then, Green Eyes, it's, you know, you can keep your Michelin starred restaurants and 5-star hotels. And my ideal night is, well, on a beach preferably, but, you know, top of a mountain on a clear night with a fire going, wrapped up in shawls, toasting marshmallows and watching the stars. You know, maybe have a picnic depending what the time is, but no, that's my thing. That would be my thing. Yeah, can't go on my own in case a werewolf gets me. But yeah, Tromso and gosh, oh God, I can't think of a name. Oh, I can't think of the damn name of the place where we were staying. It'll come to me. Frida, don't see the stars here a lot. It's always cloudy. Yeah, but you know what? When we see them, we see them. It's still not as impressive. I mean, you go to somewhere like Scotland and you know, you go to the Highlands and it's just amazing. You go on into the Lake District National Park and they're amazing, and the North Yorkshire Moors, and it's amazing. Yeah, and we kind of forget that when we live, even living in a village, you've still got light pollution to some extent, haven't you? So it's yeah, we kind of forget how beautiful they are. And definitely in Australia, we spent a night outside. We went to it was an Aboriginal night, you know, where they try and get all the suckers to eat a witchetty grub and eat a piece of kangaroo shit. It was one of those. I didn't fall for it, but that night, oh, the sky, it was just amazing. Cooper, no, we know you're amazing as well, and it's owls. It's owls, mate. Be quiet. Yeah, so I just remember they were playing. The Aborigines were they were playing the didgeridoo and they were telling stories, and I was that chilled out. I just lay on my back. I totally forgot about the fact there could have been insects crawling in my hair or biting me or killing me, because everything is like lethal in Australia, isn't it? But I just lay there and just looked up, and oh, it was like being in outer space. I'd never seen anything like it. So you're really lucky there, Green Eyes. It was so beautiful. I'd sometimes feel like I would like to get oh, what they called? Oh, the telescope. Is it a telescope that you want to look at the stars through? It's not, is it? What's it called? Oh God. Anyway, one of those. I sometimes think I would like to get one just to be able to look at the stars and the moon and you know, other planets, but I probably wouldn't get any use out of it. I'd use it twice and then it would just be gathering dust in a corner, like so many other things that I've done over the years. Oh, thanks, Pork Chop. Yeah, it's because I'm flagging a little bit, and I couldn't think. Is it a telescope? Yeah, I wasn't sure. I think what I was doing was in my brain, I was thinking about binoculars. Oh gosh. Have you ever seen the Northern Lights, Pork Chop? Would you like to, or is it not on is it not on your bucket list? Do you know, we like Pork Chop in it. Have you seen what he's put? He's a cheeky bugger. Telescope for far away, microscope for close up. Thank you. I'll remember that. Oh no, it's all right. It's okay, Green Eyes. I think Raven's just nipped out for to do something. She's probably shoveling more snow, and I think Lady Witch is in and out and like listening and doing other things. So, Pork Chop, only ever seen them on TV. Would love to. You paying for the trip? You can come with me if you like. I don't mind paying. Get me log cabin up in the in the northern reaches of Norway, with all the snow and the trees, the clear skies, no plunge pool, because I'm never going to go ice dipping again as long as I live. Let's have a look. Can't see which little. Have you two blocked me? No, she hasn't. We had a log cabin near Tromsø. Yeah. Had a sauna, then jumped into 3-foot snowdrift, bollock naked. Oh, you absolute legend, Sid. Yeah, Green Eyes Pork Chops just reminding you that he's your wingman. He's got you. Don't worry if they're ignoring you. No, Frida, they all do it. They're crazy. Crazy. I've got your back as well, Green Eyes. Don't worry. Although I might be nicking your wingman if I need a companion to go looking at these northern lights up in Norway. What else have I missed there? Yeah, the I've been over where they've done the sauna thing. Do you know what else as well? Right, have you been, when you were in Norway, did you happen to go to a sauna, a more public sauna, shall we say? Because they all go in bollock naked. And I was really shocked the first time because there was a woman who I didn't know sitting on a bench across the road from me. So and I've got a towel on because I'm feeling like typical British. No. And I'm in with my cousins who are all like 6'6", 6'4", 6'5". And I'll admit that the my blood relatives, I'm not going all banjo playing on anybody, but you know, they're very attractive men. I was trying to keep my eyes averted because some things you don't want to see, do you? So I'm looking straight ahead, right? Straight ahead, thinking, I look at this woman, I don't want to see my cousin's dicks because it's just wrong, even though they're not bothered. And my towel is staying on. I'm looking across, there's this woman across the way, and she's jabbering on, and then she realizes that I'm English and I don't speak fluent Norwegian. So as Norwegians are incredibly polite, she starts talking in English, and I'm trying to throw the odd word in. And yeah, no, Cassie's banjo playing. So then I kind of looked away for a second in one of my cousin's faces to answer a question. Looks back, this woman at this point has got one leg hiked up onto the other. So imagine that you're trying to look at the underside of your foot. You might have got something caught in it. So you're sitting down and you hike up your left leg and you bring your foot up as hard, as high as you can towards your face. And I'm looking, and all I am seeing is what she's eating for her breakfast. I just thought, where do I go from here? I was like, right, okay, maybe communal saunas just aren't the way I want to go. Yeah, Cassis, it was dreadful. Oh, we've all got your green eyes. I thought Kiss was reading your comments out and I couldn't see you. I was crying. But yeah, it's a good occupation for single men. I suppose it would have been a bit of a delight, but not for me. Oh, they would never leave you, green eyes. Pork chop, can you send me the address for that sauna, please? Oh, would you be going in there and having absolutely no shame about being completely naked, pork chop? Siblish, you're too shy. Cassius finds pork chop funny. Yeah. Well, I was a bit shy. Do you know what, Sid? I think, to be honest, if it had been all strangers, I probably wouldn't have been embarrassed. Because if everybody's doing it, then that's fine. But it was he is asking for a friend, Cassius. But I think the fact that I was in there with my cousins, they didn't give a shit. But I mean, that's just Norwegians for you. But I was really embarrassed because I was in there with my male cousins. So no, it absolutely wasn't for me. but maybe I would have done it with, you know, with strangers. It wouldn't have been as bad. So I think I must have been behind in chat. I'm a knobhead. Are you green eyes? Raven, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I'm like glue and I like you. Oh, well, I'm hoping you're liking all us, Raven. We know you do anyway. What's that song? Oh, I'm gonna kill it now. There's a song, isn't there, about isn't it? I'm sticking with you because I'm like glue, something like that. Just slaughtered it. Let's go back through the chat. Oh gosh. The chat seemed to have frozen on my phone then. Pork chop, hell no, it's for me. We've gathered that. Green eyes, we love you from Frida. Yeah, Dumbo got behind in the chat. Cassius, if you were on your own, you know you're not going to see them again, not family there. That's it, Cassius. I just felt really uncomfortable about me male cousins seeing me lady bits, even if I kept my legs crossed. But the fact that I saw that woman's beef curtains, I didn't want to see it. Sorry, that was really vulgar, but you know what I mean. I'm made out of glue. The Band-Aid song too, Stuck on You. Yes, Raven. Like nudist beaches, no one seems to bother. Yeah, that's right. So I wouldn't have bothered, but yeah, not with people new. Well, no, that's wrong. If you're with a partner, that's different, but relatives, no. I did that the other night, making comments 20 minutes behind. I know, Cassie, it's just a killer, isn't it, when your chat slows down? But now I have the rodeo song stuck in my head. I'm sticking with you, Velvet Underground. Thank you, Pot Chop. I know that one. How stupid do you feel? Says Green Eyes. I'm my own grandpa. Afraid of Green Eyes, beef curtains. I'm dead. I'm sorry, that kind of just came out. I'm really sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Green Eyes. I had a laugh. No, I'm fucking dying. I'm so sorry. Well, at least I didn't say piss flap, did I? That could have been worse. Or not. Kazis, I thought you were going to say one of my old faves, Stuck on You. I'm trying to divert away from curtains. Sorry. Do you mean the Commodores one? Green Eyes, he'll be looking at me like, stuck on you. Got a feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't lose. Yes, I'm on my way. See, can't sing, but I tried. Said Vicious. Oh, sorry, Green Eyes. Hubby looking at me like I've lost my mind. I'm snorting. Said Vicious, anything that you might do, I'm going to do too. Yeah, and then Put Chop. That will just make soggy curtains if you carry on. Kiss my axe. Oh, don't. Oh. It was like that's like damn near choke laughing lady witch better than dry crispy curtains. Oh no. Oh God, hang on. I've got to compose myself now. Oh, whew. Breathe. Whew. Sorry. Piggy puffs. What the fuck? Stop, please. Please. Green Eyes faces hurting from laughing. Then put Jobs just come in. Dry crispy curtains gives you a late night snack halfway through, you dirty bastard. Oh, Raven Piggy Puffs. Yeah, a bit like, what we call them, pot scratchings. Well, it's like me when I mentioned the cheese toasty, wasn't it? Years ago. Oh, God. Lionel Richie, about 20 others, just asked Echo. I have another one in the bedroom. It's the Commodores, wasn't it? The Commodores. And crispy too. Ew. Raven, that will teach you for eating a full gingerbread house. Cassis, oh my God. Whatever you smoking, I want the same. Stop, I'm laughing. No sour cream and Chad. Oh, Lady Witch, you went there. No, you know what? I'm going to go there even more. Back to Tismy Danny when she had me howling the other night. When she said that her little sister used to put, she was a little bastard when she was staying with them, and she kept putting up the picture of the blue waffle as a screensaver. And Tismy Danny didn't know. She was spending a week hiding from the blue waffle every time she turned a laptop on. Oh, don't. Oh, gosh, pork chop. Green Eyes, is the smut level low enough, or do you want me to keep going? I think Green Eyes will probably say go for it. Vicious jeez, it's a good job I'm on my own and just laughed out so loud. Oh, you're getting off looks too, Raven. And now I'm at it again. Cassius, which Raven's laughing, put job. I think we can lower it a tad more. I knew you were going to say that before I even got to your comment, Green Eyes. You have not let me down. Cassius, the myth of the waffle. Bacon and cheddar. Oh, God. Potch off. I'll keep going lower until I'm as low as a rattlesnake balls in a wagon rut. Well, it was, I think, the worst one. Green Eyes, do you remember? In Bam's chat, and I think, if my memory serves me right, I think it was Raven. You remember when we were talking about a certain channel with old women on it, which I'm not going to name now because there's obviously been a white flag and a truce drawn up. And we were talking about being a bit thirsty. And what I said, I was talking about, I said, you know, those old women and it's disgusting. I said, do you know what I'll keep thinking about? Have you ever had a cheese toasty and let it go a bit cold and then try to pull it apart? I just remember... I just remember the vomit emoticons just filling up the chat. I think I kind of made myself feel a bit sick there. That's disgusting. Anyway, back to Green Eyes, you've not. Oh, God. Raven sets the gingerbread house down. It'd look like two bits of warm liver. Stuff with PVA glue. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I can't get the air out. Oh, Frida, it was a bit disgusting, but that pork chop has just really gone as low as I thought anybody would have done. Raven, it's this vape. It's making me... it's making me sound like Muttley. I couldn't get the air out. Oh, that was fucking horrible. That gutter level attained. Do you know what, pork chop? I think you need to be carried on everybody's shoulders around the room. Give it up for pork chop. You can't. Cassie's gonna cough up a lung. The thing is, though, Cassie, is the only place left to go is the sewer. Anyone? Well, I'm sure it can still go lower. Yeah, pork chop, you certainly have and need a round of applause. Absolutely. Absolutely. The hero of the night is pork chop. If I could give you a golden wrench, you would have a golden wrench for that. Oh, God. Yeah. Cassie, I'm the same. That's why I was wheezing. I actually couldn't breathe. My sides were hurting me so much. But that would be the... Oh, God, PVA. That was fucking horrible. Oh, God. Fucking warm liver and PVA. Oh, God. Let me get back. I think I've missed the chat. Oh, green eyes, my stomach's hurting. I feel like I've just done 500 flipping sit-ups. Oh, God. Because he still can't type. Pork chops, blue waffles, meat curtains and cheesy toasties. Who's ready for lunch? I'm absolutely not, Lady Witch. Green eyes hasn't laughed like this in ages. And do you know, doesn't it? It does make you laugh, though. And doesn't it make you feel good when you have a proper good belly laugh? I'll tell you what, though, Denny's going to be gutted she missed this tonight. What else have I missed? Imagine you sat on a bus listening to this and laughing. No. In fact, I think my neighbours probably think I'm mental because they know I'm in here on my own tonight and I'm just howling. And they can hear me through the wall. Oh, Sid, I know. I'm glad it's 1 a.m. and I've ate. Well, Cassius, I was debating getting something, but it will definitely not be a cheese toastie. It will definitely not be 2 slices of warm liver or pork scratchings or anything related to curtains. Green eyes, you kill me when you laugh too, Raven. Oh, no, that was good. That was really funny. Although we've done this before, haven't we? We kind of, we all laugh. It gets hysterical. Then we all calm down. we get kind of serious for about 3 seconds, and then someone will come in again with something else, and it just all goes off again. Raven, the last time I laughed like this was when we had a election and the reporter's name was Anita Bath. Oh no. Oh, Cassie, you're throwing your toaster out. Frida is going to do a diet. If you wanted to start a diet, it's the best way forward. Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, it is disgusting, but it's funny. I just like laughing. And I really don't care how dirty everybody wants to go, because it's just, it's a bit of good fun. Anita Bath, I know. It's like, fuck this, it's the best life ever. Thank you, Green Eyes. Oh, fuck me, he's here again. Pork chop, I haven't eaten yet, but those dry, crispy curtains with liver and PVA dip sounds appetising. Oh, Frida, you've had cheese toasty. Green Eyes had a cheese toasty as well. Oh, God. PVA dip. Oh, that is blue waffle territory, isn't it? But again, I don't know why it made me laugh, that thing at Isme Denny's, but when she just said her sister had uploaded that as a screensaver, so every time she, tried to get on a laptop, the blue waffle came up. Yeah, well, you know about me and the flipping, yeah, I got like that over the flaming tannoy. Oh. Maybe I should set off Alexa again. God, I'm sorry about this. I am calming down. It's just my sides are killing me. I couldn't breathe, physically couldn't breathe. I nearly died. I nearly died live on air. And then what would you have all done? Pork chop, I'm your wingman. I've seen everything. Oh, don't. I just realised what that was in reply for. Mike Hunt. Anyone seen Mike Hunt? I'm your wingman. I've seen everything. It helps if I read the chat in the correct order, doesn't it? Oh, man. Oh, that laugh was, I think we all needed that, didn't we? Green Eyes, Put Chop, my waffle is all yours. Oh! The thing is, though, Cassius, I just need to say this. After all of this, it's making our little giggle about that shop in Edinburgh called Gobble and Go pale into insignificance, hasn't it? It's not even going to seem funny anymore after talking about all this with these lot. Oh, man. Pork chop, bring a girlfriend in a cup. Oh, don't, please don't. We had that last week. Not literally, obviously. They were quite... Oh, God, what's... Cranberry sauce with brie cheese, trying to use the leftovers up. Going in the bin in the morning, what's left? He does, Green Eyes. Oh, flaming hell. Bring a girlfriend in a cup. You need to be on the stage, you do, Pork Chop. Now, I'm thinking I don't need supper either, Raven. Oh, no, that has given me the best laugh I've had in a long time, that has. I like it when we go a little bit crackers. Yeah, you know what'll happen, Frida? If you do a toasty with that and that cheese melts, you're just going to start thinking about, the Spidey screenshots and things like that, and that is just going to, no, it'll finish you off. Raven, hey Tanya, you hungry? Nope, I'm good. I do apologise to those of you with partners around who are wondering why you're laughing. Nothing like a runny Brit. Oh, what's the line? We all go mad sometimes. Absolutely, we do. Absolutely. And this is why I love this chat. Because I think we're all on the same, you know, we're not all coarse and vulgar, but we do like to get it down there occasionally. Well, every live, but you know, none of us are offended by it. It's just a bloody good laugh. Skipping brekkie. Well, I don't even know what I was going to debate eating. There's absolutely about. Did you piss yourself? We did pass that line, Raven. Absolutely, we did. Oh God. Oh, I actually do feel like I've done a round of sit-ups. And I'm sorry, Frida. I'm sorry for raking that past that horrific memory up. I'm pretty sure, didn't Bam said at the time, wasn't it, like, you dirty bitch? I can't remember, but it's not so much my cheeks, it's just my stomach muscles. Because you know when you go into shock, it was a bit like that. You know, you go into shock and you can't breathe. It's kind of like when you've had if you've ever, well, the ladies, if you've ever had a bikini wax, or a slightly more intense bikini wax, shall we say, and as they rip it off, as they rip the wax strip off, you're in that much pain and shock, you can't even scream. That's what I was like, laughing then. That's why I was doing the Muttley sound. I just couldn't breathe. Cheeks. Oh, he's here again. So turn over, Green Ice, says Pork Chop. Witty bugger. Raven, a friend of mine was getting crap from her boyfriend and he was using his hands showing her where the line was and slammed his hand down way past the line. And you're over here. I lost it. I can't be quiet. I hope you gave him some sorry, I'm just seeing if I've missed anything else that went on with that. All right, no, I did get it. I wasn't sure if I'd misread it. Oh, God almighty. Misread that. Well, I think Raven and Lady Witch, I think you two have now got very strong contenders for the title of double act and tag team, because, you know, you two have held the title for so many years, and yet here come the newcomers, Green Eyes and Pork Chop. You know, and they are coming very rapidly, closing in on you. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. She was in trouble and then I was for laughing. No, I can't see you ever being in trouble, Raven. You're too angelic. You're too tiny and angelic. Oh, sorry about this, guys. I'm just trying to get myself I've got some throat lozenges somewhere. My throat's not sore, but I think I've kind of overdosed on the vaping tonight and the laughing. The bizarre bit is I have green eyes and she likes pork chops. Well, match made in heaven or hell. You never know. It's a bit of a switch around, isn't it? It's a bit like I was doing last night with Bedtime Clown and Voodoo Queen. I know you weren't here for that one, Pork Chop, but because I was tired, I kept getting the names muddled up. So they were getting called Voodoo Clown and Bedtime Queen. So yeah, there's a bit of osmosis going on there. So yeah, it's all very good. Pork Chop, that is so true. Can't beat a bit of pork on your fork. Absolutely not. Yeah, well, sorry. Yeah, well, I call him Pork Sword. Although it was you, wasn't it, Green Eyes, calling him Pork Sword when he first joined the chat? No, you're. I think you're not that much of an angel, Raven. That's right, Pork Eyes and Green Chop. Or what about Chop Eyes and Green Pork? Pork dagger. No, wasn't it? Isn't it a mutton dagger? It's a pork sword and a mutton dagger, I think. Oh, that's the way I heard them anyway. I think that's what they say on Sweaty Betty, isn't it? He stabbed her with his mutton dagger. Raven, how about green eggs and ham? Mm-hmm. Bloody pork. We're back into the realms where Cassius and I started off a couple of hours ago. I know. Do you know what, Pork Chop? How dare I say something so disgusting and stomach churning in this chat? I can't believe I came out with that. Yeah, but we're saying going back onto this bit now. We've gone back where Cassius and I were before with Mr. Wang and Johnson Terrace with the shop called Gobble and Go. Called it a moose foot instead of a knuckle. That moose knuckle song is funny. Were you in when Denny was playing the camel toe song the other night? Because that was funny. I'm wondering if that's the one that I got the what's it called? The what's the thing I've got? The warning I've got for playing someone else's music. I can't even think of the flipping word. Yeah, utter filth. I know, Pork Chop. How dare we? Or how dare I? I tell you what, though, there are some dirty feckers anyway, because there's 12 people watching and there's not 12 of us in this chat. Let me tell you that much. Copyright. Thank you, Raven. I just couldn't think of it. Bloody moose foot. It's moose knuckle. Gosh, we need to. Yeah, it's moose knuckle is camel toe's ugly older sister, apparently. Do you know, for somebody really well educated, and I'm fairly intelligent. I don't half get a show of myself made, don't know when I'm tired. Greenhouse, come on, watchers, come join in the fun. We don't bite. Absolutely, we don't, unless you ask. But that's a different live altogether, and probably for a different set of subs. But anyway, moving swiftly on. Pork Chop. On a different note, there is a bookshop in Hong Kong called Wong Fucking Bookstore. Is that a joke or is that real? Because did you hear? They were somebody rang in, wasn't it, an American news station when there'd been a crash, and they blagged them all with the names of the pilots, and the news anchor actually read them out live on it. It's still available on YouTube. I have never laughed as much in my life because she's dead serious. I'm sure it was a woman that did it. They were really serious. They were like, and they've obviously written the names out so they look Chinese. And it was things like We Too Low, you know, Captain We Too Low, and you know, holy fuck. She'd spelt it, so it should have been holy fuck. But yeah, if you've never watched that, now you have to, you have to go and have a watch of that one on YouTube, because it's really, really funny. That got posted on Twitter at the time, and then they took it down. Then they had to make an apology. But God, somebody, thank God, managed to record it. Oh, did they do it at Heathrow as well, Green Eyes? Well, this one was in America, but it was actually the main news. It actually went live. It's so funny. That Camel Toe song was in my bloody head all day after that live. I know. It is really addictive song, isn't it? What else? Moose Knuckle is the male version of Camel. Ooh. Green Eyes. Cannot imagine listening to this and not laughing and joining in. Well, you know, but that's just because we're all smutty. And I suppose the other thing as well, the other way to look at it is, to anybody coming from outside or watching this chat, they're gonna, and the way we all banter, you know, the bants that go on, they're probably going to think that we've all known each other for years and years and years, and that's not the case at all, is it? You know, we've got very new people in here who don't know any. Well, there you go, prime example, Pork Chop didn't know any of the chat and come in joining in, you know, so there you go. Come on in, the water's lovely. Rita, hope Mr. Mystery's listening, having like, oh, do you know what I do as well? I really do as well, because I felt yeah, it was a lovely email to get, but then I felt so sorry for him, you know. Sorry if you're listening. I don't mean that in a condescending way, as in feeling sorry, but you know, when he told me about how poorly he was, and the fact that these coming in and listening to these, even though he's not been joining in, has been giving him a right, you know, some company. Yeah. So yeah, anybody listening who wants to come in and join in, just come in. Just come in. Obviously not the porn links. We don't want you guys. Well, some of you might, but I don't. Raven. Let's have a look. Have a look. Yeah, either that or thinking we're nuts, one of the two. Yeah, absolutely. Don't know his Pork Chop, but I've laughed my head off with him and everyone else. Yeah, well, Pork Chop. Oh, should I stop with the porn links then? We know it's not you. Yeah, okay. We blamed bedtime early, but no, we know it's not you. Oh yeah, Green Eyes. Well, like I was saying, it's not a friend. It's just somebody that I sub to on Twitter, who well, from what he was saying, I was the first person that they subbed to on Twitter. I obviously always used to follow back, and then when he started this history channel on here, he'd asked me, could I, you know, give his channel a shout out to my Twitter followers, and which I did, and then I followed him myself, and then he gave me the cursory follow back. I call it a pity follow, because I had no content whatsoever. So that's how. So like I was saying last night, I've never actually had a conversation with the guy other than on Twitter, apart from then getting that email to wish everybody, all of you guys, Happy New Year, and he wanted to thank you all for keeping him company. If I drop off, I will see you all next time. I have to run and find my son some supper. We'll try to keep listening. All right, no problem, Raven. No problem. Yeah, so no, and you know, this is what it's all about. Just all of us having kids are so demanding, first Christmas and now food. Do you know, the cheeky little buggers, aren't they, really? Green Eyes, to kiss his friend. I know how he feels after spending lots of time on my own and not speaking to someone for days on end. See, I can't imagine living in a remote area and having had no contact with people other than is at the door of the shop to pick food up and speaking to people on the phone. That must be really, and I know I've said quite a lot of times that I would quite happily live in a remote area, but I don't know how I would feel if I was restricted to, you know, because of an illness and because of COVID being around, that I would be restricted to that kind of limited contact, no socializing whatsoever. So yeah. Oh, 3 weeks regularly when John was away. Oh, speaking of which, have you asked him about the potential, you know, better not say anything in case he can hear, but you know what I mean. We're not talking anything dirty. Where did you pick? It does that, pork chop, sometimes when you've been on StreamYard for quite a while, it sometimes just defaults and goes to a grey thing. Oh, why are you missing my outstanding beauty? Of course, I'm being sarcastic. Yes, I did. Still under discussion, but getting there slowly. Oh, that's good to know, Green Eyes. Keep us posted. Sorry, I was being nosy then. I agree. It's good to have company, even just online. Of course it is. And like Denny said before, a lot of people now, they don't have outdoor activities, so to speak. I was printing it off to keep the kids away at Halloween. You cheeky bastard. Well, do you know what? I thought what you could have done was say you were printing it off and putting it on the house to keep the dogs away from the fire. Look at this. They get the feet under the table and then it's all the gloves come off, don't they? Little bugger. As long as you're not laminating it, that's all right. Was going to type Dendite lives here, you cheeky bastard. Right. Somebody kick pork chop up the arse, please. Oh, God. Oh, don't make me start laughing again, please. Raven and Bam were sometimes my only contact. I would not have got by without them. Ah, Green Eyes. No, that's... Don't be laughing at him, Green. Do not be laughing at him and encouraging that Curse of the Blue Wrench. I know, I can't foot you off, can I? At least it's not Curse of the Blue Waffle. That's the only thing that would be even worse. That's it. Nobody can kick you out. The thing is, as everybody knows, there's very few of us take offence to anything in here. It's absolutely fine. Fucking Demdike lives there. I can't believe you just put that. It's cheeky shit. Mod gone rogue. Yeah. Well, you're not kidding, Green Eyes. I tell you, I knew there would always be a downfall to me making everybody a mod, and I think tonight's just showing that. But it's fine. It's absolutely fine. At least my picture's gone now, so the little bugger can't be tempted to throw darts at it. There is always one, pork chop. Are you being the one? Are you like Highlander? There can be only one. Or would that be Green? It might be Green Eyes, that one, actually. I'm not sure. It depends which context. If we're talking cheeky, probably you. If we're talking maybe smutty, we might go for Green Eyes. It's been the best night ever. Oh, thank you, love. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. See, me hour online has turned into 4, but no, it's I have had a good giggle. Oh, dear me. I need to breathe again. Well, Cassius, that film was filmed across the road from my dad's. Well, the beach scene anyway. Frida Baxter, pork chop and you are the one. Oh, he's just giving Raven and Witch a night off. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. I'm sure they will. The thing is, everybody's enjoying the crack. It's good. Cassius, it's been a great night because it's been a good laugh. It has, Cassius, it has. It has. And do you know what it's reminded me of a bit tonight, being in Nobbington? Or on Salties, you know, before all the drama stuff kind of brought everybody down. But, you know, when Salty had gone and go, right, I'm going to do 24-hour live. And she was just funny as hell. And people popping up on popping up on panel and just the banter going on in the chat. Oh, Cooper's just letting you all know he's here. He isn't shagging cushions yet, but it is only 20 to 2 in the morning. The night is young. He may find his ardour at some point. Yeah, definitely have the Nobbington laugh. We do. Yes, Frida, it is the one with Sean Connery in it. Well, you know the bit on the beach, and Sean Connery is trying to teach Christopher Lambert about running, and there's the stag, isn't there? And he said, breathe and you feel the stag and then you run. And that beach is Morris Sands, and my dad lives facing Morris Sands. There you go. It's all right, Dad. I've just doxed you old bugger. No, I don't know how Salty does it either, Cassius. When I went in the last time, and I think I'd gone online, I was only in for about 15 minutes, said hi to everybody, went to bed, got up again, had me cup of tea, went and did the horses, walked the dog, came back in the house, turned on YouTube, and they're still going on. I think they were up to about 12 hours then. I was like, oh my God, you lot are absolute legends, rock stars. Oh, yeah. She was in, she came in our live, didn't she, on New Year's Eve, Green Eyes, Genetic Code. She's really funny. She made me laugh when I said I'm going to make her a man. She's like, I can't be trusted with responsibility. She's one ace DJ though, eh? Oh, I think this thing is going flat again, I'm sure. Oh no. Oh yeah, there is a series called Highlander, Frida, but the guy who's in it, it's Duncan something, isn't it? I used to think he was really sexy. But then as I grew up, I was like, actually, no, he's not. But I can't remember his name. I think he's Canadian. I think he's a Canadian guy. I'm not sure, but the dark hair. I'm sure it's Duncan anyway. Lady Witch, I'd never be able to talk that long. No, although I thought I wouldn't be able to. I am paying for it though. I don't think I could do 12 hours. Her music is the best. I have one session of hers, but would love her to do some stuff on Spotify or something. I know. I really love when she gets her a DJ head on and she goes, oh, that's it, Adrian Paul. Bloody hell, look at him here. Pork chop. Yeah, that Adrian Paul, when that series, when I first watched that, I thought, oh, he's quite nice looking, him. But then I kind of looked at him a bit more and I thought, no, you're not. But, I'm not saying he's an ugly guy, but he did kind of do it for me once I looked at him more closely. Google is my friend. Yes, yeah. Well, Google's usually my friend, but unfortunately I can't look on my phone because I cut myself off my own live and leave you lot all hanging in the wind. It is amazing how quickly time goes by, Green Eyes. Because I didn't, till I looked then at the clock as I walked into the kitchen to get a sip of water. I was like, shit, it's 20 to 2 in the morning. What the heck? You hum it, I'll play it. Well, it looks like Pork Chop is taking requests if anybody's got one. I thought it was You Hum It, I'll Sing It. Or have I got that wrong? Have I missed anything else? No, I've not. Gosh, there's still 13 folk watching it. I bet one will probably be Bedtime Clown because he's like faffing around doing stuff, isn't he? And we are quite late. PG Tips advert, Dad, do you know the piano is on my foot? Oh, right, is that one? If you hum it, I'll play it. Right, got you. Frida says, Pork Chop, where would you be without Google? Down the library. Is there still a need for libraries these? Well, obviously there is, because I love books, proper books. Green eyes. I remember that. Oh, this dog's getting giddy. Well, oh, stop it, Cooper, please. Stop. Stop. Sorry, he's doing the uff. We've got, as I mentioned before, the owls. I think the owls are on, I'm sure it's like the mating season or they're looking for mates at this time of year, or they're actually breeding, because I know they lay eggs and things quite early. But yeah, December, January for the owls in this village is a bloody nightmare. So that's what the dog's barking at. So I apologise on his behalf. No, I don't want your squeaky toy either. Go away with it. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. So, I don't know whether to actually call a halt to this one. I'm flagging a little bit now. I don't want to call the night early because hang on. What are some of your favourite adverts from the past? There you go. Just as I was starting to go, I'll wind it in. We get a good question. Favourite, go on, throw that, there you go, throw that one out to the chat. What are some of your favourite adverts from the past? That's a question from Pork Chop. Oh, I'll have to think about that. I'm trying, I said flagging, not flogging. Was that sorry, not sorry? Well, I'm all on my Jack Jones with my dog tonight, so, you know. Nothing but you, lovely lot, to keep me awake. Right, I'm just looking at this. My dog, I need to share this. My dog has got a Kong toy. Oh, Belly's going to get you. Oh, my goodness, I forgot about that one. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. Tootsie. Oh, no, what's the Tootsie Pop commercial, Lady Witch? I don't know that one. Thy woman makes reet good tea. Oh, no, I know which one I used to love. The Hovis advert. Me ma baked bread in the oven. And it had that going home. I remember when I were a lad. Me ma baked bread in the oven. And he had that stupid accent. McDonald's ads, get your coat, love, you've pulled. How many licks till you get to the centre of a Tootsie Pop? I suppose it depends how much you've paid her, Lady Witch, maybe. You know when you've been tangoed, oh, it got banned when kids at school went round slapping each other. Yeah, you were thinking the same thing, were you, Green Eyes? Yeah, we're back to the dirty level. Tootsie Pop, that's a nice name. Yeah, it did. See, I've never been able to drink Tango because of anything with orange. Ah, the dog's just bit my finger. Yeah, as I was just going to say, he's absolutely wrecked and indestructible. He's destroyed. He's destructibled an indestructible Kong toy. It's shredded at my feet at the moment. Green says pork chop. Yeah, I remember everyone slapping each other around the head. I got given a Cadbury's cream egg once on a first date to see how I ate it. Did you really? Oh. Now, dare we ask how old you were? If you say 35, I'm going to be quite concerned, but Frida says pork chop. Yes, you've been tangoed, I remember. Oh, was he joking? Oh, see, yeah. John Smith sad with Peter Kay. Oh yeah. You see the funny thing. Well, it's not so funny, but one of my friends from work, a colleague friend, he's 48. Thanks, pork chop. No, do you know what? I actually thought you were being serious then. I didn't realise you were joking. I'm really sorry. Yeah, one of my friends, her daughter and son both do acting. And when Peter Kay was doing some television programme, it was like a skit on Britain's Got Talent and the X Factor. I can't remember what it was called. And her daughter had a part in this show. And she was only, oh gosh, I don't know, she was about 10, I think, at the time. And I just remembered that when I saw Kate afterwards and I was saying, no, how did it get on? And did she enjoy it? And what was Peter Kay like? And she did say he was an absolute cock. She said he wasn't nice. She said he wasn't a nice person. He wasn't nice with the kids who were there. And it kind of put me off him a little bit. I've not seen that, the Dancing Shetland Pony and the 3 advert. Somebody mentioned that to me a week or so, no, it might be a bit longer. Somebody mentioned that to me, and I same thing. I hadn't seen it. Here's something that you'll all find amazing. I might have brought this up before or not. Do you remember the Cadbury's Caramel advert? You know, with the sexy bunny. And you will never guess who that voice. Well, somebody might know, but if you had to guess, I bet you couldn't guess who the voice of which actress did that sexy bunny voice for the Cadbury's Caramel advert. Lady Witch. That's actually a great idea, pork chop. Innit? I might try that. Pork chop. Or the Guinness advert where the man was dancing all over the place. I don't remember that one either. Oh, that's really sad to hear. He's like that. Yeah, I was, because I always Peter Kay, Cassius. Yeah, because I always found him really funny. But yeah, and she's not the type who would have just made something up, you know, for effect, just to have something to talk about. She just said, you know, he just wasn't a nice person. But yeah, so come on, who was the Cadbury's Caramel Bunny? Great pub quiz. Actually, I could be Nobbington, couldn't I? I never know how long a delay to leave on this, because it takes a while for from StreamYard and then for the comments to catch up on screen. Yeah, well, it's an actress, well-known actress, does the voice of that. And I was really shocked when I found out who it was. And I mean, yes, you're right, Miriam Margolyes. No, pork chop, it was Miriam Margolyes. So somebody who looks about as far removed from a sexy Cadbury's Caramel bunny as you could possibly imagine. And she does look like a gargoyle. That's awful, but she does. And apparently, as the story goes, she was, and it's Diana Dawes, give pork chop an inch from Nobbington. Yeah, shall I? Right, I'm gonna pinch some of Jen's inches. Shall I give everybody a knob inch? I'm sure Jen won't mind if I give everybody a knob inch. Am I allowed to post the YouTube link for the Guinness ad, or is that bad squishy? No, you can. If you're a mod, you can post, so long as it's not porn. You can post whatever you like in here. So yes, you're a mod for a reason, pork chop. Feel free. Is that the little grey-haired lady? Yeah, she's the one who played the, you know, in the Harry Potter films. And she was, oh, there you go. Pork Chops posted the Guinness ad. Thank you, Chuck. An inch will be welcomed. Yes, Cassius, an inch will always be welcome. I worked for the guy who was He-Man's voice. Did you? No, it's fine, Cassius. You're all right. We all sometimes slip into the caps because we're used to bands, aren't we? A knob inch in a clothes pole. Yes, yes. I don't know. I could do with a clothes pole tonight. Yeah, sorry, I was going about that Miriam Margolyes, how she got the job for the Cadbury's caramel, because it was a sexy voice, wasn't it? And apparently they were saying that the sales of Cadbury's caramels went up purely because fellas were getting off on this voice. And she'd been offered the job because the guy who was making the video had heard her, because she was kind of young and starting out and wasn't getting that many parts. She was doing voice work, and she was doing the voice dubbing on German porn films. So, you know, they'd obviously be speaking in German. So she was doing the English bit, you know, the things like, oh, hello, Mr. Plumber. Have you come to empty my pipes? And that was how he gave her that job. Little bit of a fun fact there for you. Pork chop. I was with a prostitute once who would charge £1 an inch. Best 28 pence I ever spent. God. Oh, God. Cassius, by the powers of Grayskull, I like that as a kid. He-Man. In Graham Norton, gee, she's funny and dirty as I was howling. My son loved that too. Oh. No, I'm hilarious. Yeah, she is green eyes. She is. I'm just gonna have to remember this Cadbury's cream egg thing. Can you imagine that if you went on like speed dating, and maybe they should just put a little basket with cream eggs out, so you don't have to talk to the people that you're doing. If this did they still do speed dating? But rather than that, the gentleman sits down facing the lady, picks up the cream egg, and proceeds to eat it. I think that would be I think I'd be onto a winner. Maybe we should market that idea, Lady Witch. You hold the American franchise, and hi, I'm Max. Can you eat this cream egg, please? Don't you know it, pork chop? I'm going to try that. But yeah, maybe it's a bit of a business thing. Maybe we should do that as a little bit of a fun thing for Valentine's Day. Get a bit of the old dating thing going for people. Organise a Cadbury's cream eggathon. Frida, I loved it. I'd watched it wide-eyed in front of the TV. Skeleton, he had a couple of minions. Oh, the story she comes out with. Yeah, she's very, very funny lady, isn't she, Green Eyes? But yeah, I'm thinking there, pork chop's giving us a bit of a business idea. Or maybe we should only let the men in the channel. I don't know. What do you think, ladies? all you guys have to post a video of yourself. Show us how you eat a Cadbury's cream egg, and that'll determine whether you can come in or not. In chat or not. Just to clarify before Green Eyes lowers it. Not missed any more, I don't think. I don't think. Lady Witch loved He-Man. I'm sure this chat jumped. Oh, let's not be sexist. Some of the ladies might also be top egg eaters. Well, yes, yes. Hate cream eggs, only eat mini eggs. Oh, are you giving your secrets away there, Green Eyes? Can you not eat? Ah, but you can get those other ones, can't you? You know, like the galaxy eggs. Oh, walnut whip. There you go. Yeah, but you're not having to eat it, Green Eyes. It's the man who has to show you how he eats it. So it doesn't matter whether you like them or not. Don't have walnut whips over it. Well, you did decide to leave the motherland, didn't you? Nobody's to blame but yourself. They used to do coffee ones. My granddad loved them. When we've just been discussing my 28p walnut whip. Yes, we're talking about your 28 pence walnut whip. Oh, better plug my phone in. It's about to go flat. Well, guys and gals, as funny as it's been, and it really has, because my sides are still aching. Green as I'm sticking my tongue in that damn walnut whip. I remember the coffee ones, 28p. Is that how much they were? It's just my granddad loved them. And when his brother, my great uncle Tom, used to come and visit him every Sunday, and he always brought me granddad a walnut whip and one of those Fry's fondant creams. He always brought him those two things on a Sunday. Put some on your Amazon wish list, Green Eyes. What's an Amazon wish list? Yes, the coffee ones were good. They make them so small now. Are they too small to get your tongue in though, Green Eyes? And Frida. Oh, it's got Karamak from my dad. Oh, I made myself so sick off Karamak one year. I've never been able to look at the stuff since. Got a Karamak Easter egg off my nan, and I sat and ate the whole thing. It was so sickly, and I don't know why, but oh God, I can't face it. My other weakness is Farley's rusk. Oh, yeah. Oh, the 28p at pork chop. Oh, sorry, Cassius, I've misunderstood that one. I actually used to like Farley's rusks, you know, on a cold winter's day. Farley's rusks with hot milk poured on them, you know, so they start to melt, and a bit of sugar. I used to have that before I went to school. I really enjoyed it. What happened to the quick chat you were going to... I know, Frida, it's happened again. You see, the problem is, and it's not a problem, you guys are so nice to talk to, and you always keep everything going. So that's why these very short 1 hour lives turn into 4, 5 and 6 hours at a time. So just have you guys to thank. Pork chop, Heinz chocolate pudding for babies. My poor daughter never got a look in. Were you at it before she could even get near it? I don't know if I would like to try that, to be fair. Oh, Cooper, get off. Oh, God, he's off again. Only trouble is I have about 6 at a time, so got to be cold milk and soaked till they go soggy. 2 for me, 1 for you. Oh, is that what you did? Yeah, well, Green Eyes, all you need to do is get a huge bowl. Just get like a mixing bowl. Then you can put 6 in and warm milk. Heat it up in a pan, pour it on. Bob's your uncle, although you're in a hot climate anyway, aren't you? So I suppose it wouldn't be as nice. It is Frida, isn't it? It is. Thing is, I'm going to be knackered though. Washing up bowl and do the full packing one sitting. That yes, that is actually. Oh, Green, I see you prepared to share with your wingman, which is great. Yeah, I'm going to have to watch though because I'm back to work on Tuesday, I think. God, what day are we on? I'm losing track. I'm back in work on the 4th, whenever that is. So yeah, there'll be midweekers. There won't be any late ones for me. I'd have to keep it to weekends if I'm not in the company of Mr. Sexy. So yeah, there won't be any very late ones like this during the week, unfortunately, guys. Put your green eyes, you get the food and I make the aeroplane noises. Yeah. You don't know how near I could be to doing that. Oh yeah, with the big bowl. You should do green eyes. Oh, it's Monday. Thank you, Cassius. Yeah, Monday. So so I'm back to work tomorrow then. Oh God. We open wide, here comes the plane. Open wide. Yeah, it's Tuesday for you though, isn't it? You're Tuesday already. You're in the TARDIS. Yeah, Tuesday is the 4th. Yeah, so that's when I'm back to work. I've been off for 3 weeks, though. My last day in work was the 10th of December. I haven't done everything I was hoping that I would do, but, whatever. Lady Witch, do you know what? I saw you say that and I thought, was that for Pork Chop and Green Eyes' comments? Because I had exactly the same thought and thought, I'm not going to go there. Greens, I'll have to rewatch as you usually start while I'm in bed. Well, what I'll do is I mean, I can do them later. If I do a weekend one, I can do them later. But like I said, it just depends what I'm doing. But the weekday ones, if I'm doing the biking stuff, that they might, like Tuesday, I'll have to be earlier. Put Chop, I've been off for 7 months now, living the dream. Hey, get you. And I'm presuming with you saying living the dream, that's a choice thing as well. Monday afternoon. But yeah, I'll try and fit it. The problem is, Green Eyes, I kind of forget how far ahead. Or is it? You're 12 hours, aren't you? Pork Chop retired. Brilliant. I want to retire or win the lottery. I don't mind which. I'm not greedy. Look at Green Eyes already. She's casting the blame. Blame Pork Chop. Sid Vicious, me too, Pork Chop, not worked since March. You two lucky devils. I wish I did. I really wish I didn't have to work. Really do. I might come up with a fantastic idea at some point, though, where, I can make money from doing very little. But I've yet to come up with a wonderful idea. I did come up with an idea for an invention. But that was as far as it went. Typical Aries. It was my invention, and I told people about it and was crowing about it, and then did absolutely nothing with it. So you never know. I might do it at some point. Oh, I'll have to take care of it. Oh, of course you do, Sid. Sorry. Oh, how's she doing, by the way? You said she was in hospital the other day, didn't you? Afraid about still lucky sod. Work was filling all of my time, but now it takes 2 minutes a week. That's the type of work I want to do. See, you can. Oh, wait, that's something else. Hang on. I've got to read this again. Work was filling all of my time, but now it takes 2 minutes a week. Oh, wait, that's something else. I don't work at all. Right. No. I'm going to leave that one there. Green Eyes, 9 to 10 hours in front. It's good I can always join in later. Only fat, yeah. That when you made that comment that night, Green Eyes, and you said, "Cold flannel on his knob. Am I in Kisses Live or OnlyFans?" Oh, that killed me. Still there, but improving. Thanks for asking. Oh no, you're welcome, Sid. I hope she's all right, and you know, things keep going on the up and up. Oh, do you know how long she'll be there, or you know, is it just one of those? How long's a piece of string at the moment? Sorry for asking. You know, don't answer if you don't want to. It's just because I didn't know she was in hospital till you mentioned it the other night. So, yeah, Lady Witch continued prayers, Sid. Absolutely. Pork chop, we should do a baking stream kiss and call it Only Flans. Oh, yes! You've got something there. Maybe I should do it topless, then it would fit in. It was funny, Green Eyes, that night. It was very funny. And I didn't realise what I'd said till later, which probably made it fun. I think they're the funniest ones, though, aren't they, when you don't realise what you've said? And then people are just dying in the chat, and you're like, what the fuck? And you go back and it's like, oh, okay. I like that idea. Only flans, topless. You have a viewer already. Well, if it's got to fit in with kind of, you know, the play on the only fans word, you know, it's got to be. What a great idea, Only Flans. Absolutely. Green Eyes. Pork Chop, I cannot believe how quick-witted you are. He is as well, isn't he? Sid Vicious, 2 viewers. Amy Babylons are going to have more viewers than I have. Oh, God, the dog started with the cushion. No, don't do it. Do you know, that was the mention of cold flannel. I'm sure he knows what that means, Green Eyes. Can you hear him scroping? Hang on, let's see. There he goes. Yeah, people are watching you, fella. They're watching. They're watching. Don't look innocent. You were just shagging it. Yeah, off he goes again. Dirty sod. I cannot believe the dog has just done it again. The little bugger. Right, sorry, I'll come back to chat now. Okay, so I've got 2 viewers. He wants his own OnlyFans. Put shot. Where do I sub? And do you have a PayPal account set up for donations? I can. Just don't get your tit flattened by the rolling pin. Do you remember on the it was one of the Nutty Professor films, and the grandma was telling a story, and she was saying, she remembered she'd gone, she was somewhere, and she said, I bent over and I got this dreadful pain in my chest and I couldn't breathe, and I thought I was having a heart attack, and it was really, really bad. And it's only when she looked down she realised she'd actually stood on her own tit. It's one of those, isn't it? Oh, my wee dog is beautiful. He is, but he's a bit dirty. Cooper, you are a cutie. He is cute. Pork chop. Go on, Cooper, pull it in closer, dude. He's looking guilty. Yeah, because he doesn't like being filmed for some reason. If you ever try and take a photograph of him, he freezes and then jumps at you. I don't know. Oh, God, he's off again. He's off again. I think this may be, as I said, this may be the point where I have to go, right, it's come to that time of the evening where I may just have to call everything a night. The dog is now bouncing into my shoulder with his arse. Get off me, you dirty bugger. Oh, how we laugh. Gosh. Right, guys. Yes, I think at this point now I am going to call it a night because the dog is getting rather frantic. So, can I thank you one and all once again for coming in? It's been brilliant. I've loved the laughs. It's been so funny. Thank you so much. You do hear pillow assault, Raven. I've just had him up on camera, so you can go back about 3 or 4 minutes and you'll see the dirty little shitbag. He did stop when I started filming him, but he's now started it again. So yeah, I was just about to let's hit the hard deck. Green eyes, Viper is bugged out. So yeah, I will definitely be back on to do the first installment of the Viking stuff on Tuesday. I think oh, Cooper, will you stop it? Oh, the lipstick's out. The lipstick's out. The lipstick's out. Oh, mate. Sorry, give us a sec, guys. Stop the barking. Stop the barking, mate. Oh, my dog's shag happy. I can't believe it. Sorry about this. Anyway, as I was about to say, it is cold flannel time. I think that's why he's barking. His dick's stuck out. It gets stuck out and it won't go back in again as long as he's got a little doggy hard on. It's been ace again. Oh, Sid, thank you. Nice one, Pork Chop. Funny as fuck. Good night, all. Thank you all for the best evening. It's been a scream. Loved you all. The lipstick. Yeah, his lipstick. Take care of him. Much love. Thank you all. So I'll come back on Tuesday, but I'll do it plenty of time in advance. And then hopefully, and we'll try and get the Vikings in America thing covered. Okay. We'll have a bit of a chat and probably carry it on with a bit of this as well. Cassius Kiss, thank you so much. I had a great time and a good laugh. Have a lovely night. Good night, home. Good night, chat. Have a good one. Till the next time. Night all. Thanks for looking after me. I need looking after. You need, definitely you need some help, don't you? I can tell that much. I'm just joking, and it's been lovely having you in, as always. Great night. Thanks, Cassius and Frida. Night, Kirsten, all chat. You're all great company. I had a good laugh. Night, Raven, love, Lady Witch, everybody. If I've missed anyone, I'm sorry. Anybody who's watching, Greenass, thank you, Pork Chop. You have been a legend. He is a legend. Yes, absolutely. Just our kind of people. So you lot take care. Love to you all. Thank you again. Cooper's shouting because his dick's stuck out. I'm going to attend to him in a second. And as always, I shall finish in my usual way. See you all on the bright side.